I know what you're thinking. Who is this girl in the pink blazer and where has she been for 2 days? My name is Dara Blackwater, and I will be playing the role of MC for today. So I am Danae, and I'm going to do a Danae introduction as we are taught to do at the beginning of something like this. So Dara Blackwater Yenashye, Besh Bachanin Nishle, Do Tsena Jenny Bashichin, Ado Besh Bachai Dashiche, Ado Tach Ini Dashinale. My name is Dara Blackwater. I am coming to you today from San Francisco, California, but originally rather, I am from Farmington, New Mexico. I just graduated with my law degree in May from the University of Arizona, and I work with the Internet Society as a policy advisor. I'm really excited to be here with you today. The last 2 days I was out because Arizona is offering a remote bar exam this year, and I have been taking the bar exam. So that means that you get to excuse me for any blunders or misspeaks or anything that I do today, because my brain is completely shot and I am physically present here and excited to be here with you all. That said, I'm going to go over a couple quick housekeeping things for today. And the first one is a reminder where if you will direct your attention to the chat, Kelly Elkins is going to post, or she just did post, a link to a survey. So this survey is important today because it will let us know which breakout rooms you want to be in today. So you can fill out that survey. That'll let our team know where you would like to be placed so that you get into the correct breakout room where you want to be. So definitely fill out that survey. And then the other thing today that we want to remind everybody of is if you haven't updated Zoom recently, if you don't have the most up-to-date version, make sure that you have the most up-to-date version, because that will allow the function that gets you into the breakout room to work properly. And just a reminder, we're all internet people, connectivity people, but it might work better if you restart your computer after you download as well. So just to make sure everybody gets where they need to be and gets the full experience out of today, just as intended. We don't want anyone to miss out on those awesome breakout rooms. So update your Zoom, make sure you restart if it's not working after you update, and then make sure you fill out that survey that Kelly has just put in the chat again, and that will get us all where we need to go. It's going to be great. So we are going to jump straight into it. Thanks for the congratulations I'm seeing in the chat. It feels really good to be done with the bar exam. If anybody has suffered through that pain, I'm sure you know exactly how it feels. So I'm going to jump straight into our first speaker, who I'm really, really excited to hear from. This is Elizabeth Belding. I'm sure some of you already know her. She is a professor of computer science at the University of Santa Barbara. And I got to look over her resume, and I'm just really excited when I see this whole conference is really exciting to me, because I get really excited when I see people doing work that I know is so important. And all of us, I'm sure, have felt this at different points in our careers. And to me, at the beginning of my career, looking at this landscape and going, there's so much work to do. So much of this work is so important. And it's so overwhelming that we don't get to just do all of it. And that's what's so great about a conference like this, is that we are a team and we get to just watch all of these moving parts. And Elizabeth is doing one of those really focusing in on one of those really important moving parts, which is really looking at the connectivity, the gaps and the inaccuracies rather in the data of connectivity in Indian country. And that's where everything is really starting that we're talking about, and it all kind of branches out from there. So I'm so excited to hear what she has to say. She has 20 plus years of experience in wireless networking and just is a wealth of knowledge. Very excited to introduce Elizabeth Belding.
Thank you, Dara, for that lovely introduction. I'm going to share my screen. So hopefully everybody can see the slides. This is actually a joint presentation with two of my close collaborators, Morgan Vigil-Hayes from Northern Arizona University and Ellen Zagura from Georgia Tech. And this is all stemming from a project that did have its origins in the very first ICS meeting in 2017, where most of us were there and we had the good fortune to meet what have become our current collaborators. So Morgan's actually going to go first and we'll sort of tag team throughout the presentation. Morgan, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Hi, so I'm Morgan Vigil-Hayes, and I am also a professor of computer science, and I'm at Northern Arizona University. So let's see if you can go forward. Great. So as researchers, sometimes I think it can be really helpful for us to kind of start out with thinking about the current landscape of policy and connectivity in Indian country. And right now I'm probably speaking to some of the nation's experts. So this is kind of my simplified diagram of how I see policy and connectivity in the US right now. So right now, we have the FCC, and they are getting data from different sources. There's, these mobile broadband ISPs that are providing information about connectivity over Form 477, which has been problematic, and we'll talk about that today. There's also kind of a move towards an increase in third-party crowdsourced measurements being collected. So the FCC has released a new speed test app, and they're really hoping to have, individuals kind of be part of a citizen effort to collect information about connectivity and the state of connectivity. And in addition to that, there's also these centralized spectrum databases that are generated using RF propagation models. And these are really centralized and allow the FCC, but also, vendors and network operators to see, based on these models, what might be available in an area. And all of this data comes together to inform and kind of enforce policies that govern spectrum over tribal lands. And as a result of that, there's kind of these three arrows that represent how spectrum resources are split up into different areas. So a lot of spectrum currently has been licensed to for-profit corporations in private auctions without tribal consultation. There's also a lot of underutilized publicly licensed spectrum, and there's a little bit of unlicensed spectrum available for use by tribal members. So one example is, the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum that is becoming available. There's TV white spaces. And currently it's difficult for tribal governments to kind of rescale these arrows. It's really coming from a top-down policy from the FCC. So if you want to go forward, Elizabeth. So just in the last couple months, Congresswoman Deb Haaland and US Senator Elizabeth Warren introduced the Digital Reservations Act, which I think provides a really intriguing vision for what spectrum management in the US can look like, especially for tribal spectrum over tribal lands. And here, there's kind of this move to put tribes as, sovereign policyholders alongside the FCC, who are having a much more direct impact on how spectrum is governed. And so really trying to move these arrows in a more, straightforward and easy way for tribes, so that there is a more direct way to make sure that unlicensed spectrum is available for use by people living in tribal lands, to make sure that, publicly licensed spectrum is used with tribal consultation, and that licensed spectrum would be auctioned also with tribal consultation. And if you go forward, just click. But in order to do that, tribes are going to need their own sources of data, kind of complementary to what the FCC is using, that are really focused not on providing information across the whole nation, but are really kind of at a more local scale. And as a research team, we've so far kind of identified 3 different areas of data. We need coverage data, we need performance data, and we need data about available resources. Go forward. And so how do we as researchers strengthen network sovereignty and fill these gaps, these data gaps for tribes to help strengthen their network sovereignty? And the whole point of research is to ask the right questions so that we can, find answers that actually accomplish this. And if you click, Elizabeth, so we have 4 different areas that we as researchers focus on to ask and answer questions. So we focus on questions about how do we measure networks, especially wireless networks and spectrum? How do we characterize networks? So how well are these networks performing for communities? Where are they actually available? We also look at innovating network technologies. So what do we need to design and develop? What kind of supports and services need to be in place? And we also look at how we should place new infrastructure, where that should go, and also what kind of support systems need to be in place to ensure successful and sustainable deployment. So if we go to the next question. So in this talk, we're going to kind of be focusing in on 2 different projects that we've worked on that really focus in on answering and addressing research questions that are focused on measuring networks and characterizing their availability and performance. And we do this through measuring and characterizing mobile broadband with our partners in New Mexico. And then in the second part of this talk, we'll focus on NetWatch, which is a new tool that our team has developed for measuring mobile connectivity. So I'll let Elizabeth go forward with talking about measuring and characterizing broadband in New Mexico.
Okay, thanks for that great introduction, Morgan. So we're in this talk, for the remainder of the talk, we're going to sort of highlight some of the key research we've been doing in this space. And one of the things we wanted to start doing first was to really understand in a quantitative way how accurate or inaccurate the FCC broadband reports are. And so I probably, as a lot of us know, there's been a lot of criticism about the FCC broadband reports because they tend to really grossly overstate coverage and particularly in rural areas. And so we wanted to try to quantify that a little bit more. And so what we did was we took FCC data shape files that are available to the public. We focused on New Mexico because there's a lot of tribal land there. And we wanted to compare what the FCC says about LTE coverage across New Mexico with what crowdsourced data might say. And so crowdsourced data is data just collected from individuals who happen to be wherever they are when the measurement is taken. And so we got access through our partner to Skyhook Wireless Data. They're a location services company that has embedded collection software in apps. And so in some of the apps where you agree to the terms and conditions, you might be agreeing that they're going to collect information about the local cellular connectivity. So your current location, what cell towers are around, and what the signal strength of those cell towers are. And with that, it's a pretty powerful way to estimate where cell towers actually are and what their coverage areas look like. You can imagine if you get enough crowdsourced measurements in a particular area, then you can really start to estimate what the coverage looks like there. So I'm just going to show you a sample of our results. We have a much more detailed paper that discusses it. But we looked at the 4 most prevalent cellular providers across New Mexico. So these are the first 2. And so what we're seeing here is we're color coding based on where FCC and the Skyhook crowdsourced measurements agree versus disagree. So in the green, both data sets agree that there's coverage. In the pink, they both agree that there's not coverage. And then it's the yellow areas really that we want to focus on, which is where the FCC reports that there's coverage, but Skyhook does not. And then purple's the other way. Sprint doesn't have really a large presence in New Mexico, but we're including it here for completeness. Verizon is kind of the major provider. And we see that there's quite a lot of yellow areas. And so, at this point, we don't know, are those areas in disagreement because there weren't measurements taken there because nobody was there, or because there actually isn't coverage there? But this is a second and third most heavy presences in New Mexico. And again, yellow is where the FCC states that there's coverage, but the crowdsourced measurements from Skyhook say that there's not coverage, or at least we don't have data. So that's a nice visual. We can dive down a little bit deeper into the actual statistics and data. And what this is showing is the percentage of census blocks for the whole state of New Mexico for each cellular provider that the FCC says is covered versus Skyhook saying is covered. And what we've done here is we've broken census blocks down into non-tribal urban and rural areas and tribal urban and rural areas in order to try to really pinpoint where the disagreement is. And so what we tend to see is that at the FCC and Skyhook most closely agree in the urban areas, and they have the biggest disagreement both in the rural areas and particularly in the tribal rural areas. In part because, some of these areas are less densely populated, so we don't have the measurements, but also because, this tends to be where the coverage is most overstated by the FCC. And then this chart at the bottom, just instead of looking at a percentage, it gives you the total blocks where the FCC states there's coverage, but Skyhook doesn't report any. So for instance, in a tribal rural area, there's over 4,000 census blocks where the FCC thinks there's coverage, but we don't have any data reporting that coverage from Skyhook, and so forth. So the takeaways here are really that, probably not a surprise to most of you on this call, that the tribal rural areas have the lowest reported coverage rates. They also have the greatest disagreement between the crowdsourced data versus the FCC data. The disagreement is big for all rural areas, but particularly big for tribal rural areas. And that, as we all know, the rural areas have much less coverage in general than the urban areas. And then we have a paper with all of this data that dives a lot deeper. So what we really wanted to say next is, what can we do about this? And so Ellen Zagura, now from Georgia Tech, is going to pick up the NetWatch solution. Ellen?
Thanks, Elizabeth. So I'm also very happy to be here. I'm Ellen Zagura from Georgia Tech, and I'm going to only talk a little bit, and then we're going to hopefully show a demo of a working system. So the kind of move here from the first portion to this is, we know that having community members or individuals do data collection can be a really powerful way to understand, with much finer granularity in space, what connectivity, what the experience is of connectivity. We also then have a chance to understand things like the quality of that connectivity, which is a sort of downstream interest of ours. So, so what we have chosen to do is to focus on building a crowdsourcing application really intended to support communities in doing their own measurement. And the idea here is to crowdsource these cellular network measurements, and to do so with the unit of kind of the unit of data collection and the unit of reporting being a path through space, not a single point. And that's because for mobile connectivity, much more interesting is what happens as you move along space, not just what you see if you're at a particular point in space. And we wanted to focus, instead of trying to sort of tackle the whole problem of the general community or anyone contributing, we wanted to see in what ways we might get some leverage and some advantages by focusing on a particular community that has common interests. And what we've started with is the hiker community. And that's in part because hiking often takes place where there is unstable connectivity. So it provides a good test case for being able to measure and characterize spotty connectivity. And also hikers have an inherent interest in knowing about coverage because there are connections into safety. So the general idea is that we would collect by provider, so a red provider, a blue provider, on an explicit app that you opt into when you choose to record. And those recordings are then shared back to a database, and another user could then query that database for connectivity information in geographic regions of interest. So Elizabeth, if you could go ahead and play the demo, you'll get to see this in action.
Okay, you just give me 1 second. Okay. Whoops.
Welcome to NetWatch, a research project focused on measuring network connectivity
Can you hear?
in rural and indigenous areas.
Okay.
The project has 2 goals in mind. The first is to investigate new ways of measuring network data in rural areas more accurately. The second is to more broadly help increase access to the internet in rural and indigenous communities. To help achieve these goals, we developed a mobile application designed to measure cellular network connectivity and a web application for data analysis. Let's take a look. Let's start recording network measurement data during our hike in the snow. We can navigate to the Record tab, where you'll be presented with a map of your current location. Let's hit Start to begin recording. While measuring, the app shows useful information in the top left corner of the screen, including elapsed time, distance traveled, and current connectivity status. Whenever connectivity is lost, the connectivity status icon turns red. In the background, the app records various metrics, including location, service state, speed, battery level, and many others at regular intervals. When we finish the measurement, we can tap Stop. This saves the measured data to our hosted database and allows us to preview the measurement on the device. We can open the Data tab and tap on the card to view our newly created measurement. In the Detail view, we can analyze a map of the measurements, the overall coverage, and other useful information. Let's do some further analysis on the NetWatch web app. The NetWatch web app lets us analyze the network data more closely by presenting all the information in a table format. We can click on View Features to see all the features recorded for this particular measurement. A simple overview of the measurement, including all of its recorded metrics, are displayed. We are continuing to develop NetWatch to expand to other communities and to create user-friendly views of the data to assist in understanding and navigating regions of spotty connectivity. Thank you for your interest.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go back to the slideshow. And just before I pass this back to Morgan to wrap it up, you know, we really see NetWatch as a way to empower communities to understand connectivity in their own regions. So for instance, you know, if you live in a region where the cellular providers say there's coverage, but you know that there's not because you live there, or it's spotty, a tool like this carried by or used by enough people could record a map of where the coverage actually exists and where it doesn't, and then empowers the individuals within that community to say, you know, look, there's actually not coverage here. And we have the measurements to show that. Ellen, did you want to add anything before Morgan closes?
No, I think that's a great wrap up of this portion. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Morgan.
Great. So one thing that I do want to mention too about HikerNet before I conclude is that one of the ways that it's distinctive from some of the other third-party crowdsourced measurement resources like the FCC speed test app or Ookla, or, you know, there's a lot of speed test type resources. We also want to present some information back to the community about connectivity. So not just collecting data, but also being able to reflect back and show that data that's been collected over time and space, and perhaps provide some predictions about where connectivity will be. And I think that, you know, when we're thinking about this potential landscape that the Digital Reservations Act might make possible, and to think about what needs to support this, you know, we really see, if you go forward, Elizabeth, you know, we've really focused on how do we examine coverage data at a much finer granularity through the fusion of, you know, federal data, targeted measurement data, and crowdsourced data sets. So that's been kind of the focus of what Elizabeth talked about. And I think really thinking about how do we do this on a more kind of wide scale, but still very localized view to support tribes as they try to take kind of more sovereign action over their spectrum. But then also thinking about, you know, the tools that can support understanding of performance data. And this is where the NetWatch piece comes in. So really helping us understand not just, you know, is there coverage or is there not, but also thinking about how well is that coverage performing to really help inform tribes on, you know, how to manage spectrum at a more localized level and with an increase in their sovereign powers. So that this is kind of how we see our research agenda fitting in here into this space. So you know, we'd be happy to take questions. And again, I would like to thank Kip Jones and Rich Sutton from Skyhook for their participation with providing the crowdsourced Skyhook data, as well as all of the students who have worked on this, and our funders, the National Science Foundation Smart and Connected Communities program. And so all of the work on NetWatch specifically can be found at this video. And then we also go into detail about all the different components of our ongoing work at this Pueblo Connect project link. Thanks.
Thanks, Morgan. Before we turn it over for questions, I just wanted to highlight something Morgan said, which is that, you know, whereas Ookla and some of these other apps give feedback on performance for the individual, you know, you run a speed test and you see what your speed looks like. The real difference here is that this is community-based. So you get to see what your whole community or your geographic region's performance looks like. And that's a way of becoming an advocate for your own connectivity in your area. Thank you for the opportunity to share this. We really appreciate it.
Great. Ladies, thank you so much. That was really fantastic. Unfortunately for our timing today, we have to keep moving through the agenda, but would you put some way to contact you into the chat so that if people do have questions, they can circle back either via email or even through the private chat, or however they want to reach out to you? The best way would be really helpful, because I imagine people have a lot of questions. I have so many questions, and I'm a little bit bummed that we weren't introduced a few months ago, because in the month of July, I walked almost 500 miles across Ute ancestral homelands, the Colorado Trail. I did a through hike to raise awareness about the digital divide in Indigenous communities. So this is fantastic that we're all meeting now, because this is such a great project. And I think anyone who's stepped foot in a tribal community or on tribal lands knows about this discrepancy between the data maps and the actual coverage. Or like in my case, growing up in New Mexico, all you had to do was try to drive from Farmington to Albuquerque and have a call dropped 6 times in an hour. So this is such important work, as I said before, that you're all doing, and I really appreciate that you are doing it. So yeah, if you will just drop your contact information, that's where everyone can reach out to these wonderful women who are doing such incredible work. And thank you so much for that presentation. That was really fantastic. So we are transitioning now, and we are going right into our session on the U.S. connectivity policy landscape. And so I am also on this panel, so I'm kind of a double agent here. And I will also be welcoming Irene Flannery, who I see, good morning, Yat Ayabina Irene, who is with Amarin Risk and has been doing amazing work in this arena for so long. Somebody that I very much look up to and am honored to be on a panel with you, Irene. Scott Rasmussen from NYC Mesh, who is also doing really awesome work. And then Katie Jordan, who is our senior policy advisor here at the Internet Society. And we are going to be talking about, as I said, the connectivity policy landscape. So much experience on this panel. I am just mostly excited to sit back and listen, contribute what I can. But Katie, I think I will turn it to you first to kind of kick us off here.
Yes, sure thing. And I'd also like to welcome Sayuri Rajapaksa from the FCC as well for this panel. So thank you all so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to the conversation. So if you all were joining us yesterday morning, we had a companion panel from a Canadian perspective, and I'm really looking forward to kind of comparing and contrasting some of the things going on in Canada. So I'd like to start by asking each of our speakers to give a little bit of information about their background, how they're joining us today, and what kind of issues that they're working on. So I'll start with you, Sayuri.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Oh, I see a lot of pixelation there. My name is Sayuri Rajapaksa, and since 2018, I've been the Deputy Chief of the Office of Native Affairs and Policy at the FCC. Before I say anything else, I want to thank the Internet Society for inviting me to be here today. I first joined the office in 2015 as Senior Legal Advisor, and for nearly 8 years before that, I was an attorney in the Commission's Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, addressing auctions and spectrum access issues. In the decade before I came to the Commission, I worked on a range of issues in both the government and the private sector. I also want to introduce the Office of Native Affairs and Policy, or ONAP, which was established in 2010, so I've been involved with it for about half of its life now. ONAP is part of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, its oversight of intergovernmental affairs. It's charged with bringing the benefits of a modern communications infrastructure to all Native communities, which is a tall order for a small office. But I'm happy to report that 2 excellent new attorneys joined us in August, one a Commission veteran and the other experienced in tribal practice. And I'm sure that both of them will help us succeed in our mission.
Thanks very much. We're very excited to have you on that. To give your introduction and a little bit of background information about what you do.
Yeah, hi, my name's Scott Rasmussen. Actually, I'm realizing that it says Sarah Gold here because I'm using my partner's computer because my computer doesn't work. But nonetheless, my name's Scott Rasmussen. I'm with a volunteer and organizer with NYC Mesh here in New York City. We're the largest, we like to say we're the largest community network or community-run, volunteer-run community network in certainly North America, if not the entirety of the Americas. We have not been corrected on that yet, so we'll keep saying it. But my personal background before moving to New York City and becoming an organizer with NYC Mesh was on Capitol Hill, where I was a staffer working on telecommunications policy and tribal affairs for 5 years. A lot of my focus was on the north coast of California and working with tribes like the Yurok and Hoopa to be able to advance not only land sovereignty, but also telecommunications. And then have really taken that work into, and all that I learned from that, into building community networks here in New York City. Issues of digital sovereignty, community self-determination, I think are incredibly valid here in New York and across the telecom space. And it's something that we really take to heart and something that we really have, I think, learned from others at the Indigenous Connectivity Summit and beyond. But very excited to be able to talk a little bit more about that experience and how it plays out in the policy space.
Thanks very much, Scott. And yes, no worries about the gold. We'll keep you in mind as Scott. Or not. Would you like a little bit of background on yourself as well?
Was it me? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well, Katie. Am I up?
Yes, and my apologies. I'm getting and my internet is unstable, and I'll try and fix that while you're speaking.
No worries at all. Good morning, everyone. My name is Irene Flannery. And first of all, I do want to thank the Internet Society for inviting me to participate in this discussion. Dara, thank you so much for the shout out there, but I'm really very honored to share the stage or share the screen this morning with everyone. And it's very nice to share this time with a former colleague, Sayuri, at the FCC. Currently, I am the director of Amerind Critical Infrastructure. Amerind is a 100% tribally owned insurance company, actually located here on the Santa Ana Pueblo in New Mexico. But back in late 2015, early 2016, our board of directors was looking at ways both to diversify our business, but more importantly, to give back to our members. We are owned by 400 member tribes. And they looked at several different options, energy, transportation, and broadband, and decided that broadband would be the focus as the 21st century critical infrastructure. So they created the division, asked me to come and lead the charge. And our mission is to do all that we can to help tribes bring broadband to their communities, whether that is feasibility studies, strategic planning, helping to find broadband funding, network design. We've made a tremendous amount of progress in the short 4 years that we've been up and running. But I came to Amerind from the Federal Communications Commission. I spent 2 different tours of duty there at the FCC. My second time around, I had the honor to serve as the founding deputy chief of the Office of Native Affairs and Policy, or ONAP. The position that Sayuri holds today. Jeffrey Blackwell, who is Amerind's Chief Strategy Officer and General Counsel, was actually our founding chief of the office and offered me the opportunity to serve as the deputy chief. So I spent 5 years doing that, about 5.5 years, short time as acting chief before I came here to Amerind. I've been involved in telecommunications policy for, back since, wow, I'm really dating myself, but back since before the 1996 Telecommunications Act was enacted. I started at the commission the first time in 1995 and have had the honor to work on a variety of issues involving FCC subsidy programs like E-Rate and Lifeline. But also issues that we'll be talking about that are in the forefront today as well, like spectrum policy. So anyway, I'm very happy to be here and look forward to our discussion.
Thanks, Irene. We're really looking forward to having you. And I have kicked my partner off of his Zoom call, and I've switched closed all my tabs out. So please let me know if this is better connectivity now. So with that, Dara, I know you introduced yourself at the beginning, but we've got a lot more participants now, and I think it'd be helpful if you could give some information about yourself as well.
Sure. And I saw some of my Dene relatives hop on, so I'm going to just go over that again. So Dara Blackwater Yunisha, Besh Bachani Nishle, Dot Senajani Bashichin, Ado Besh Bachani Bachak Dash Che, Ado Taj Ini Dashanali. So I grew up in Farmington, New Mexico, and wasn't really sure. I knew that I wanted to, I've always been an advocate and have just always been driven to use my voice to really just help put others in a better position in any way, whether that be working with people with disabilities, whether that be working with Indigenous people and, my own family and my ke, or whether that be whomever, underrepresented people. And here, how I found this community, and I'm so thankful that I did, was that I went to law school with the intention of working on Indigenous rights and really just trying to figure out, asking those really hard life questions of you go out to the Navajo Nation or other reservations, indigenous lands, and you see the poverty and these socioeconomic challenges. And I couldn't help but wonder, like, why did this happen? And how did it get this way? Because it hasn't always been this way. And granted, I don't want to look over how incredible and resilient and strong and amazing indigenous cultures are, because I think sometimes we talk so much about the challenges and the poverty that we overlook the goodness and these amazing parts of indigenous communities. But it is stark if you go to tribal lands sometimes, how really even stepping foot on tribal lands, there's just huge disparities. And the digital divide is one of the biggest ones that is so, that I feel a lot of passion for. And so I started pulling threads in law school. I had the honor of going out to take part in the Udall congressional internship my 1L year. So I worked for the I was an intern for the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs. Her name is Tara Sweeney. She's essentially the head of the Bureau of Indian Affairs in the Department of Interior. And then I circled back around to the Department of Interior, went back out to DC my 2L year, and I worked for the Inspector General of the Department of Interior. They really handle ethics, and they're kind of the ethical watchdogs of the Department of Interior, again, which houses national parks, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Land Management. And then I went back out to I guess I stayed in DC and worked for a law firm that does federal Indian law, Indigenous peoples law. And so I've gained so much experience in the realm of Indigenous law, and I have an understanding now of exactly what happened with the genocide and colonization that really was the beginning of these disparities that we're now seeing have manifested in things like the digital divide. And as I looked deeper and deeper into that, a lot of it comes back to natural resources, which is how I came to this community. Because as I started pulling those threads, my interest and passion was really drawn toward the spectrum. And so that's really where I've spent a lot of my scholarship and written a lot of my papers throughout law school is on spectrum rights, just as we were talking about in the last session, and how, in my view, a lot of my arguments that I've written about and published about is that spectrum is a natural resource, and that it is encompassed under the treaties. Treaties are essentially contracts that tribes made with the United States government that are still good today. And they say for use in that the land that was granted to, or that was reserved by tribes rather, is for the use and occupation of tribes. And that means that they have to have all of the resources to survive and thrive on that land. And in my view, spectrum is one of those, along with water, along with power, along with sunlight, along with the things that we need to grow food and thrive. So spectrum is really the corner where I explore and just love to learn about. And that has brought me to this community of wonderful people who are also doing so many incredible, incredible things. So here I am.
Thanks, Dara. I really appreciate that. And I want to also say that Dara was one of our policy and advocacy trainees last year and one of our ICS policy advisors. And you have been a huge help to the Internet Society, especially in the last year, helping us figure out how to approach some of these policy issues. So we're also very glad that you're a part of this community and looking forward to continuing to work together. And with that, I want to have a conversation with all of you because each of your background is very unique in this space, but tied to this idea of really moving the needle forward to create meaningful connectivity in Indigenous areas. And so I'd like to have a conversation with the caveat that what maybe was normal in your world has probably changed in the last 7 months or so due to COVID. And I'd really like to talk about the kind of policy issues you would normally have worked on or previously have worked on and how they've been impacted by COVID-19. Do you feel like the sense of urgency we've all felt is changing? Are new issues moving forward? Are things maybe on pause that you are wishing would move forward quicker? And kind of how has your world what does it normally look like and how has it changed? So I don't know if anyone wants to go first on that. Sarah, you're unmuted, so I'm going to ask you to go first.
Okay, I thought you were going to go around in a nice order there. Okay, so in terms of policy issues that we normally work on, I'm going to give you the spiel on the Office of Native Affairs and Policy first. We work across the Commission's bureaus and offices, so wireless, wireline, media, or public safety, on any matter that has an impact on tribal nations or entities. And these matters include broadband, deployment, universal service, access to spectrum, tribal engagement, infrastructure. We work broadly on Commission rulemaking and narrowly to respond to inquiries from individual tribes. To give a concrete example that some of you will be familiar with, ONAP worked very closely with the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau on the 2.5 Rural Tribal Priority Window. We were involved initially in the rulemaking process and later in the extensive outreach that the Commission did to raise awareness about the opportunity. Now that the window has closed and applications are being processed, we're thinking about how best to help tribal applicants trying to familiarize themselves with the requirements for Commission licensees. And you asked, how has COVID-19 impacted the policy landscape? And I can answer that from two angles, both for the Commission and for ONAP. The pandemic has obviously had a huge impact, and the Commission is mobilized to respond to it. On the one hand, with whole new programs like the $200 million COVID-19 telehealth program, and on the other, by extending filing deadlines and waiving certain universal service rules and granting special temporary authority for emergency use of available spectrum. And if you're interested in any of these specific aspects of the Commission's COVID response, particularly with regard to tribal nations, please get in touch and I will be happy to help you find that information. For ONAP normally travels out to Indian country to hold tribal workshops, generally for a year, and we likewise present on Commission programs and initiatives at intertribal events throughout the year. And because of the pandemic, we, like everyone else, have been physically grounded. We've been trying to reach out virtually, as I'm doing today, and hold as many meetings as possible through video conference. But I will say that engagement with tribal representatives in the field has always informed our work on policy, and I think I can speak for ONAP in saying that we really miss that dialogue. I think I'll turn it over to the next panelist at this point, but obviously I can answer any other questions.
Thanks very much. Irene, do you want to go next and talk a little bit about what the policy landscape looks like for you and how it's changed?
Sure. One of the most interesting things for me in moving from the FCC to Amerind was having the opportunity to implement so many of the policies that we helped to create. As Sayuri said, the Office of Native Affairs and Policy is involved with all issues affecting tribal and Native communities across the policy landscape at the Commission. But I've also, of course, kept my toe in the policy pool as well. And I have to say, most recently, obviously, spectrum, is a critical issue. And I kind of hesitate to say most recently, because when the Office of Native Affairs and Policy was first created back in 2010, our first major public meeting at the FCC involved a number of different policy initiatives. One was a notice of proposed rulemaking that was launched, looking into and investigating issues, seeking comment on proposals associated with increasing access to spectrum over tribal lands. I'm sorry to say that notice of proposed rulemaking is still open. But the most recently, of course, the 2.5 gigahertz opportunity was opened for tribes, and the tribal priority window was open, which is has been a unique opportunity for tribes to obtain licenses in spectrum licenses. There were challenges associated with it, in that it wasn't all inclusive. It wasn't inclusive of all tribal lands. It was limited. The Commission made a policy decision to restrict the tribal priority window to tribes only in areas that they considered to be rural. I think with respect to the impact of COVID, I think it has opened everyone's eyes to, we all have known for years who have worked in this arena that the level of connectivity in Indian country is so far below the rest of the nation. But that disparity has become even more apparent as I was an elementary school teacher before I went to law school. I can't even imagine trying to teach in this environment, but it's hard enough on trying to imagine teaching 30 little 6-year-olds remotely. But putting that aside, if the majority of the children that you're trying to teach don't have access, COVID has just raised these issues to a level where it's impossible to ignore this disparity. And the approach that has been taken from a policy perspective, yes, there have been things. If I focus on the FCC, my former agency, there were a number of things that the commission did. Extending deadlines in the E-rate program, extending some funding opportunities for rural healthcare, having companies pledge that they won't cut off service, which is actually just kind of the right thing to do. Those were all good. I'm not dismissing them, but they're Band-Aids. And I think what COVID has really highlighted is there has to be a more comprehensive approach. We have to take this seriously and once and for all solve the digital divide. So there have been steps, incremental steps to try to close the digital divide. But with all of the efforts that have been made, we've actually developed a more recalcitrant divide in Indian country. And the time has come, and I'm hoping that with COVID, if anything good can come of COVID, that it has increased that awareness that we can't just take incremental steps. We have to do something big. We have to do something different. We have to look at the policy landscape in a much broader perspective and finally take substantive steps to solve the digital divide in Indian country.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Irene. I appreciate that and really agree with you. And I have some follow-up questions I want to ask about it, but I'll let Scott go first and then Dara to talk a little bit about your perspective as well.
Sure. So I'll begin by saying, NYC Mesh does not look like a traditional internet service provider. We're not an internet service provider. We're a community network, and we are entirely volunteer run. We are people who climb on folks' rooftops 6 days or 7 days a week. We are loud and rambunctious community meetings. We don't look anything like what government agencies or other traditional stakeholders in this space think of when they think about the telecommunications sector and industry. And what kind of unites us as a community very much is what unites us with ISOC in so many ways, is that we really believe that the internet is for everyone, and that is our mission. And that has kind of policy ramifications, but it also has, very practical ramifications about, how do you install internet at somebody's house with volunteers? How do you secure insurance? All of those different types of questions. So I'd say, the overview of NYC Mesh and the work that we do is so much and so often about, trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. And the second point I'll, make about that, I think, is that we are inherently local. Everything we do is local. We're impacted by spectrum policy and what the FCC does. And the other panelists here can certainly, I think, talk a lot more about that, but we're severely impacted by local regulations and our interfacing with local agencies like low-income housing providers or the city government or other sorts of agencies. And I think, one of the biggest take homes that I've had from COVID and how that's changed our work is number one, it's made us even more localized. In New York City, for many folks are still not taking subways around the city. That means that you are a digital steward and activist in your community and work with the people directly closest to you. And often I think in telecommunications, we don't think about the local as much as we should. And for us, if there's something goes on down in a server space across town, it's about having people on the ground who can physically get to that. And so I think COVID made us reflect a lot on the importance of connectivity efforts being incredibly localized, the importance of that and that work and that grassroots community organizing. But I'll also say that I think it created a lot of opportunities for us. I mentioned this kind of square peg and a round hole issue. It suddenly made, I think, a lot of agencies and others try to think more creatively. People were trying to respond very quickly to decades, generations of deficits with respect to connectivity, and try to make progress in a matter of weeks or months. And suddenly that allowed us some opportunity to say, why don't we think about things a little bit differently? What if we were to do this or this? And suddenly a lot of these agencies that maybe we'd spent years trying to get in touch with and an opportunity to work with suddenly take a second look at us and say, maybe it's worth the risk. You know, if we can connect folks living in public housing in New York City in the next 2 months, and that means that somebody can do their homework or get connected online that needs it, that wasn't previously able to do so, gosh, we really can't afford to wait anymore. Let's just try it. And so I think that we've seen a lot of opportunity for projects like that as well. So overall, I'd say, you know, the impacts with us is, number one, policy for us is always local. It begins locally. COVID, I think, only reinforced that further, but also gave us an opportunity to be able to, you know, explore new opportunities and try to really create new models and break into the mainstream with those models.
Absolutely. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. And I want to come back to that conversation or that question in just a second too about, you know, COVID being an opportunity for flexibility or for moving quickly on opportunities that have always existed, but that we haven't paid enough attention to. So I'm going to come back to that. But Dara, I'll let you go first to talk about your background as well, because you've been doing some really interesting work, and especially with this very, very fresh knowledge about the law and the bar, especially. Great to hear your perspective.
I'm on mute. Sure. Yeah, my perspective, as I'm listening to other people talk about their experiences and just how the landscape has shifted, I think my perspective as an Indigenous person and as a citizen of the Navajo Nation is more relevant here than my law perspective, as far as just seeing really firsthand, without being on the actual Navajo Nation, but seeing my relatives and my friends and my family having gone through these past, you know, what are we at, like month 8 or so, 6, wherever we are, my bar exam brain, watching them go through this without connectivity has really been, I would say the word that comes to mind is humbling, in the sense that we knew that the digital divide existed before COVID and after, and just watching it grow because of the way that all of our lives have shifted online has just been such a humbling experience. And I think it's that word because it really, even though I'm doing as much as I can possibly do as an advocate and being plugged into all of these people on this call, having so much knowledge and using my voice in the best way that I know how, it still doesn't feel like enough because I'm looking at my family and looking at my friends and relatives on the Navajo Nation who don't have this resource. And I feel like I can, it's kind of a hopeless feeling in the sense that I feel like I can talk about it and write about it until I'm blue in the face. But until we start hitting those nerves and, hitting those joints and making them move, it doesn't actually help anyone who is suffering through this time and this year, who is actually on tribal lands. And so it's taught me a lot of patience, as far as just wanting everything to happen right now and feeling so much urgency because, I think the numbers right now at Navajo are that we've lost 560 relatives to this virus and have had over 10,000 positives for the Navajo Nation. And that's kind of a unique experience because as I've been going to different places and talking to different people, some people really aren't touched by this. And they're touched by it in the sense that they're working in their pajamas now, but they aren't touched by it in the sense that they've lost people or they know people who are grieving and, they're having to support their family and their relatives through the grief process. And so And maybe it's, you know, a different kind of grief. We're all grieving things, opportunities and jobs and just different relationships, whatever it be. We're all kind of going through this together, and watching it happen at Navajo on top of the digital divide that already existed has been really, really humbling. So that said, I feel so much hope being on calls like this, because, like I said, we are the ones who, and I've seen it happen, which is just incredible, and it gives me so much hope. We are the ones who get to hone in on where those joints are, on where these kind of pressure points are, where we all kind of get to rally behind this and say, this is what we need. This is the actual problem. And these are the solutions that we've brainstormed to try to help people through these challenges. And so I've seen the landscape change in that everything just seems a lot more urgent right now. And that can feel a little bit hopeless, but I've also seen people show up, which has been really, really great.
Thanks very much, Darren. Yeah, I totally appreciate what you're saying. And I really like your point too, that, you know, as a planet, as a human population, we are all grieving, but that grief is so much more, has so many more layers to it, and has so much more urgency when you cannot participate in the rest of society without the internet right now. And when you are feeling the effects of COVID so close to home. So I really appreciate that perspective. So Sayuri, I want to go back to something that you talked about, because it really echoes a conversation we were having Monday too, where with the policy and advocacy training, we had this conversation about, you know, the first 6 months of COVID, everyone was trying to figure out, what do we do? How do we move forward? But now we're going into this time zone where it feels like this could last for a really long time, where we would continue to be remote. And we have to find new ways of handling that. And so your comment too about so much of the work that you do through your office happens in person. And I think that rings true for me, especially, and I'm sure for many people on this call. And so one of the conversations we had Monday was about how different agencies and governments, or like the UN, for example, are figuring out how to take the place of those in-person consultations. And I don't know if you all have started down this path yet, but for your policy processes, are there new ways that you all are trying to engage or address those gaps to be able to continue moving forward?
I mean, I will say that we are definitely thinking about how to do this, you know, especially as we realize this is going on for longer than any of us, I think, anticipated. We are always available for, you know, video conferencing or just old-fashioned conference calls, you know, for people for whom this is not a viable option. We're always on the other end of the phone, and we're all working, and we're certainly working towards all the goals that, you know, we had when there was no pandemic, plus a whole new set of concerns. So we're open to suggestions. If there are suggestions that anyone would like to make about how we can do our outreach and be more effective, we're happy to take those. We'll take them back. I'll take them in, and we'll try to act on them.
I appreciate that, and I hope that this group, which includes some of our new policy advisors for 2020, I hope that this group will take you up on that, because this is an opportunity for all of us to figure this out together. You know, no one, in my personal opinion, no one entity can do this alone. And it really is an opportunity for some collective problem solving. So I appreciate that. Scott, I want to follow up on something that you said also. You said that NYC Mesh is not an ISP, it's a community network, or it's not an internet service provider, it's a community network. And I think that that's actually a really important distinction, especially from a policy perspective, because the way that we look at policies for really large internet service providers versus a community network, which is fairly boots on the ground, has very different goals, has different opportunities, different flexibility. That's really important. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you'd like to see that distinction in policy, and also what kind of new opportunities in policy are presented because of COVID and your unique ability to move quickly and flexibly?
Sure. I'll begin by saying I think that in talking about a community network, I think what's most important is that we are community first. And that's the most important, that's the bottom line for us, right? The bottom line isn't financials. The bottom line isn't, you know, a host of other issues that may come into play, but it's really the community and it's the success of our community. And in New York, and at NYC Mesh, we think of all of New York City as being our community. So it's not just, you know, specific people who may be connected. And when it comes to policy, I think something that we really have to be able to offer and a model that we look to and that we've really been trying to engage with the city and everything is the importance of community ownership, community engagement, community oversight, and all of the kind of processes and connectivity work that government so often does. I think people really often either think of the internet like a utility and something that they may get at home and connect, and that's the extent of the relationship with it. Or governments are just kind of trying to step up, and that's great that they're doing that, but just try to set up and provide a solution for residents. And we try to take that apart and think about it much more complexly, thinking about what does real community engagement and oversight look like in these spaces? Why isn't it that this neighborhood should be able to define what connectivity looks like in their space? And how do we empower people to have the kind of technical expertise, the decision-making abilities, the kind of training that's necessary to make those decisions? So, you know, a real kind of important part of our work is training and building capacity amongst our volunteers. We take that really seriously, and that may be in the policy space. It may be writing op-eds, but it also may be connecting people on a rooftop. And so I think when we have these conversations about how to serve folks and how to get people connected and all of that work, it has to go hand in hand with that community engagement element and of really empowering people who have been left outside of the conversation. Because this is a common thread in lots of social activism and lots of work, but it's something that I don't think we engage with enough here in the connectivity space. So I'd say to begin, I think that's something, an important distinction between us and the ISPs and the work we do. So, you know, that kind of grounds, I think, are a lot of our perspectives on policy. I was going to go someplace else, but now it slipped my mind. Perhaps it'll come back.
And if it does, feel free to wave me down and we can come to it. But I really appreciate that too. And I think,
Katie, I think you may be still muted.
I'm muted? No, you can hear me? Okay. Yeah, so I think that that's a really important distinction too about sort of the goals of a community network are to be for the community. And the goals of an ISP are, you know, well, I won't put words in their mouth, but they're maybe a little bit different. You've got different stakeholders to keep happy and all of those things. So I'm glad to hear that perspective. So Irene and Dara, you guys both mentioned something really interesting that I'd like to talk more about too, because, you know, Irene, you talked about knowing for a long time that this digital divide was there. We have had this problem for decades and we're moving fairly slowly. And Dara, you talked about too, you know, as an advocate, sometimes feeling this frustration with not knowing what to do next. And so I want to have a little bit of a conversation with you two about, so what do we do? I mean, this is a really unique group of people in my mind, and that the people on this call right now are a collection of advocates and government representatives and civil society and technologists and everything above. We have a history as an Indigenous Connectivity Summit group of making change happen. And so if you all had recommendations for this group or opportunities for this group, what would you say we need to do to actually move forward and help close this divide?
Irene, go ahead, show us the way.
Thank you. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I think that, you know, forums like this are incredibly important, both in terms of education, but in terms of developing policy positions and kind of aggregating opinions that can then be brought to the policymakers. But for example, there are, we talked some about, spectrum issues and how critically important that is. And, the efforts thus far of the federal government to help in the COVID crisis. But I think we all know that government can't solve it all. And we shouldn't expect the government to solve it all. We should expect the government to step up and do the best possible job that they can. And I will tell you that the previous panel was very interesting in terms of the emphasis on data. What we know, what we don't know, and that was actually in preparing for this. That was one of the themes for me was looking ahead to the potential of the next administration, whether it is the same party, whether it's a new administration, but the importance of being data driven. It can be done. It's not being done now. And unfortunately, we see a wasted opportunity about to happen. The FCC is about to auction $16 billion in universal service support based on what we all know is flawed data. So it's a wasted opportunity for a huge pot of federal money that is intended to help bring broadband to unserved and underserved communities, but it has a flawed foundation because it's not based on good, reliable data. Everybody acknowledges that the data set is not good. So I think both forums like this, like the Indigenous Connectivity Summit, involvement with intertribal organizations like the National Congress of American Indians, the largest, the largest intertribal organization representing tribal governments. But there are many smaller regional organizations as well, like the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians, United South and Eastern Tribes. I think becoming engaged, continuing to be engaged, and then at the time of the transition of the there will be a transition no matter what happens. I don't have any inside knowledge, but typically in my experience, chairman of the FCC stay for one term, whether there's a change in party or not. If everyone on the call understands just really briefly, the FCC is a small independent agency. Its leadership is comprised of five decision makers. Two by law are Democrats, two are Republicans, and the chair is the party of the administration. So if the administration changes, if the control of the administration changes, there will be, period, end of story, a new chairman, because there will be a different party in the majority. But typically, chairmen stay for one term, and if the same party stays in office, it gives the president an opportunity to appoint another chairman. So there will be a period of transition. So this is a unique time in the government, not just with the FCC, but across the government, to initiate those contacts, whether under the auspices of ISOC, which is a powerful policy advocate organization recognized by the Commission, or again under the auspices of various intertribal organizations where voices can be aggregated and voices can be heard at the federal agencies. Dara, I'll toss it to you now.
Sure, thank you. Yes, second to all of that. I'll keep mine really short because I want us to have time for questions. I know people are most likely chomping at the bit. But really what I would like to see, and this is much broader because Ariane, you really covered that well on a more molecular level, but broadly, I want to see the FCC really gain an understanding of what the trust responsibility means. And for those of you who haven't studied Indian law, essentially the government has a duty to tribes, to these tribal governments that was created through case law, that was created through the treaties, that was created by this vast body of law. They have a duty to do the right thing and more. They have a duty to, like I was saying, uphold those treaties, honor those contracts, and respect the sovereignty of Native nations. There are 574 sovereign Native nations within America, and the US has a duty to each and every one of them to respect their sovereignty. And I'll put it in the words of the late, great Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who, she was talking about gender at the time, but she said, we ask no favors of essentially men in our society. All we ask is that they take their foot off of our necks. And here, what upholding the trust responsibility means, what respecting tribal sovereignty means, is taking the foot off of our necks as far as just allowing tribes to have their resources to thrive. We don't, as Indigenous people, and you've all seen it, which is why you're here, we have this strength, we have this resilience, we have this just drive that we can put in any direction. We just need the resources to be able to do that and to be able to make these networks happen. We have the contacts, we have the Scotts of the world who can point us in the right direction and tell us how to turn the dials to make these things happen, and the Irenes of the world to help us push these ideas through to the people who need to hear it. But we really need the resources in order to do that. And in my view, we've really been disenfranchised from that. In a very objective view, you could say we've been disenfranchised from that by the US government for so long, and we're not asking for any special treatment or any favors. We're just asking for what was ours from the very beginning. So for me, just really a shift in the mindset, or even the heart set of these people who are decision makers, who are in power, to really take to heart what the trust responsibility actually means, what respecting tribal sovereignty actually means, and how that applies to the digital arena, and how that applies to closing the digital divide. I really think that's where the discussion needs to start.
Thank you both so much. I really appreciate that. And, Dara, really appreciate you giving that background, but also that perspective. So thank you so much. And I also want to flag two things that you guys said about the data and maps perspective, Irene, and about sovereignty, Dara, because those are two of the biggest themes that we heard over and over again in the drafting of this year's policy recommendations with our training participants. And we're going to talk more about that during the final plenary today and tomorrow. So I really encourage you all and everyone on this call to participate in the last session of today to help give some of that context in the creation of this document, because it really does drive the Internet Society and this community's work for the next year. And we need these perspectives to be included there. So thank you so much. We have a ton of questions in the chat. We're coming up on time, but I think we can go a few minutes over since we started a few minutes late. One thing that came up that I think, Scott, is a fairly quick one. If you're talking about an ISP versus an internet service provider versus a community network, is the distinction technical, business, or both? And also, Vince, put your comments in the chat real quick and I'll ask them out as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure. I think namely it's one of philosophy, right? The technology in many ways operates the same. It's questions of ownership, management, and things of that nature about what our priorities are. We kind of try to own the entirety of our network. And so that means connecting back at an internet exchange point and distributing bandwidth across New York and using that to connect New Yorkers at no cost, at whatever they may be able to afford. So I think it is very much kind of a policy, community-driven, different kind of approach more than anything else.
Thanks, Scott. All right, we also have a question from Heather Hudson. Heather asks you, Irene, given your FCC and ONAP experience, do you see a way to make the FCC process of obtaining spectrum and other licenses simpler and more inclusive? Also, auctions, even if there is some special consideration for tribes or small providers, really haven't worked to allocate spectrum or licenses to new entrants. Alaska being one prime example. Can you speak to that a little?
Sure. Taking the last portion first, when you look at auctions, that's the way that the FCC typically allocates spectrum licenses. The tribal priority window was different in that the FCC gave tribes, at least tribes in what they defined as rural areas, what the FCC defined as rural areas, eligible to apply for licenses without having to go through that auction process. And there's precedent in that. The FCC does the same thing and has done for a number of years with radio broadcast licenses. But increasingly, universal service, and I did see in the chat that folks were asking, what is universal service? It's basically the FCC is not an agency that has grant and loan making authority, but it does manage the largest single pot of money devoted to broadband build out called the Universal Service Fund. And I know my colleague, Agile Casa Peralta, outlined in the chat what each of those programs is, but we're talking about $11 billion a year in subsidies. So it's not money that is paid back ultimately. But increasingly what the FCC is doing is they're auctioning universal service money, at least in what we consider to be kind of the corporate subsidy part of universal service, high cost or Connect America Fund. And that's when I mentioned the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. That's the auction that's pending, that's coming up, and is going to be held and is going to allocate a huge amount of money. But the reality is that most tribes are not in a position to participate because of the rules associated with the auction mechanism, but also with respect to these programs. You have to be a fully regulated carrier. You have to be an eligible telecommunications carrier. That's what the FCC calls it, an ETC. That's a barrier to entry. Now, in part, that's based in statute. But we all know that there is something called forbearance, which allows federal government agencies to decide that certain rules, even statutory requirements, don't apply. So making these, and the purpose of auctions in distributing some of this money is to make it more competitive. So it's not just going to the same incumbent providers that have been receiving billions for decades. But the reality is that pool is still very limited. And unfortunately, what we're finding with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, which is the largest pot of universal service money being allocated at one time in recent history, is that most tribes are not in a position to participate. So honing in on something that Dara said in terms of putting decisions in the hands of tribal communities, in the hands of tribal nations, as opposed to handicapping them by not allowing them to participate in some of these mechanisms. In terms of making the process of obtaining spectrum, more inclusive. Again, there was a reference in the previous panel. I don't want to go on too long, but about congressional initiatives going on now, including the Digital Reservations Act, that strive to require the FCC to open up opportunities, not just at 2.5, that's great. It's a great place to start. It's a good band of spectrum, but it's not the whole picture, and it's not the big, as people call, the beachfront real estate of spectrum. So opening up opportunities across spectrum licensing for tribal lands is critically important. So it's not just not a once in a generation opportunity that has now kind of come and gone.
Thanks, Irene. And for one more plug for the policy recommendations, that's also something that participants felt very strongly about, is that there be opportunities like the tribal priority window for all spectrum auctions that include spectrum over unlicensed or unused spectrum over tribal communities. So completely agree with what you're saying. So, okay, with that, we have time for maybe one more question, and then I'd like to ask a final wrap up if anybody's got something they want to put in the chat. Okay, so hearing nothing, I'm going to take moderator's privilege and ask my question. And Irene and Dara, you guys both started talking about this. So I'll ask Sayuri and Scott to go first. But again, we have a really unique group here who is capable of accomplishing a lot of things. And we've seen that year over year with this summit. And so I want to talk a little bit about how this group can get involved to ensure that Indigenous issues are considered and included in policy considerations moving forward. Sayuri, I think you made one really good example to start by sending you suggestions for engagement. That seems like the perfect opportunity for this group, and I really hope everyone will take you up on that. But are there other things that this group is uniquely situated to do to get involved?
Can I go ahead, or does Scott want to say something first? Okay. I'd like to say one quick thing just to follow up on what Irene said previously. I agree that it can be difficult for tribal entities sometimes to participate in the Commission's reverse auctions, but it's by no means impossible. I want to mention that in its last large-scale reverse auction, the Connect America Fund Phase 2, there were 6 tribal winning bidders that have been authorized to receive support from tribal nations across the country. And tribal entities have, in fact, applied to participate in the RDOF, which I see in the chat. Actually, someone's asking what that stands for, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. So there's a lot of information available about it on our website. But I'm sorry, Katie, let me go back to your question. I hope that members of the audience who are hearing about ONAP for the first time will engage with us going forward. I mentioned video conferencing and conference calls, but we also send out regular email blasts about Commission proceedings that we think will be of interest to tribal nations and entities. And we're happy to add you to our mailing list. And we're often, when sending those blasts, we're often trying to inform our audience about notices of proposed rulemaking, which are seeking comment on Commission proposals. And the FCC wants widespread input and different perspectives, including from tribal nations and entities. And people are sometimes daunted, but I want to stress, as I always do, that a comment can be a pretty simple statement on tribal letterhead, and also that ONAP is here to help you if you have any questions about how to file.
Thank you very much. And one of the other questions in here is if the speakers would be willing to put their contact information in the chat. So to follow up on that point too, if there is a good email address to use, that would be great to put there. And then Scott, I'll turn it to you.
Sure. I'd like to very quickly just make another comment on the question about ISP and community network. I think it's also important to note that our community network is built through interconnected points on our network. It's a little bit techy, and I'd be more than happy to talk more about it, but we really encourage everybody to work together to actually build out connectivity across New York City. So there is kind of a technical element there that I think also differentiates ourselves from kind of a single ownership entity. But with respect to things to do and ways to get involved in this, this may be predictable from my perspective, but it is always my message that, all of us have the power to be able to build out connectivity in our communities. It can be very simple. It can be very small. It can be a matter of connecting yourselves and sending a connection across the street to connecting your neighbor. These are all very achievable small things that we can all do to try to build community around connectivity issues. And so often I think these conversations center around questions of spectrum or other sorts of things that honestly I have an incredibly poor understanding of and are incredibly complex, but that there's a lot of work that we can be doing every day to be able to engage our communities, our families, the people around us, to not only make very real material differences in people's lives tomorrow, and you can start very small to be able to achieve that, but also that becomes the foundation that allows us to be able to engage more and more effectively. There's spectrum policy. I learned about it by climbing on people's rooftops and touching antennas and pointing to them and trying to figure out what channel is best to operate on. And that's a very real and tangible way for me to engage in spectrum policy. And so there's commenting at the FCC and lots of other things that we all can and should be doing, but that in so many ways, if we want to be able to engage and bring more people into our community, into our space, into activism, into involvement, that we have to do those on the ground work. And that often starts with just getting your hands dirty and doing something to make a change in your community and building from there. That's my pitch.
I love that pitch. Thank you, Scott. And for those that are interested in finding out more about community networks, you can check our community network training. So, all right.
ISOC is amazing on this. Great training. Go to them.
I swear that's my last plug for the trainings for the day, or at least for this hour. That's all I can promise. But all right. So with that, Dara and Irene, is there anything else that you all want to add about engagement?
I would just give another shout out for the Office of Native Affairs and Policy. Having been there at its creation, the office is near and dear to my heart. And it was created to be the conduit for tribal nations into the FCC. You know, engaging with a federal agency, if you've never done it before, can be daunting. You don't know where to start, and ONAP is that good place to start. And I will just mention, with respect to, you know, certain funding mechanisms and that sort of thing. Yes, of course, there is some tribal participation. The challenge is, what is that level of participation? 6 out of 574 federally recognized tribes. Yes, it's a start, and yes, there is, but largely there are still barriers to entry, and it can be, you know, we're all looking for improvement. It can be much better, and should be much better in the future. So thanks. Thank you very much again for including me in this great conversation.
Thanks very much, Irene. And Dara, over to you.
Sure. I would just like to close with extending appreciation to Sairi for being here. I missed you in our introduction. I apologize for that. But I also had the pleasure of speaking with Commissioner Morsel while I was on my hike through a conference called RightsCon, and we got to talk about the digital divide in Indigenous communities. And I know that as I was kind of honing in on these hinges in the FCC, I really appreciate anytime the FCC shows up to be a set of ears, especially in spaces like this. And you know, we can scream until we're blue in the face, but if nobody's listening, then no change is going to happen. So I always appreciate when the representative of the government shows up, and that's really what makes our work possible and what keeps us going. So just thank you for being here. And I just really look forward to watching the FCC take to heart what the trust responsibility means, and to really gain an understanding of why Indigenous issues and why Indigenous challenges are so important to work through with us. And so this is a great team here, and I'm just really, really honored to be here and excited that everybody joined us today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks all. I completely echo what you said, Dara. A huge thank you to our speakers for this session. I really appreciate your time and your insight, and I appreciate you putting your contact information in the chat. So I hope that the rest of our participants will take you up on your offer to connect. So big thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. And so with that, we are going to move into our next session of the day. We have a presentation from US Ignite from Nancy Jemison, who is a senior project manager, and she is here to talk to us today about US Ignite's new project Overcome. So without further ado, Nancy, I will turn it to you, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. I hope you can all hear me. I actually have a backstory to why I was afraid you might not be able to hear me. I live on the Cattaraugus Indian Reservation in upstate New York. And we have the good fortune to have our own telecom company that provides a basic internet service to its members. Unfortunately, during COVID, the system has become overrun with students taking classes over Zoom. And while I can get onto the internet early in the morning, by 11 o'clock, everybody just freezes. So I actually had to leave the reservation, and I'm sitting outside someone's house on the sun porch and calling you from there because I can get internet service. So that's kind of my backstory. As I mentioned, I am Seneca with the Seneca Nation of Indians, but I am today representing US Ignite. It's a nonprofit organization based in Washington, DC. We are a public-private partnership with probably about 10 years of experience. And one of the programs that I'm going to talk about is Overcome. It's funded through an NSF award, and we are reaching out to rural communities to do innovative projects. And if it's all right with you, Katie, I would like to just walk through a quick presentation. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. In the end, what I want is people to contact me. Give me your contact information. We will be issuing a solicitation in the next week. There's over almost $2 million available under these awards, and we are looking for tribal communities to participate. We are doing work with other, in very small quantities, other tribal communities, but this one I think is ripe for this community. So if you don't mind, is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes, and I just pinged Greg. Greg, could you make her co-host so that she can share her screen? I think that means he's working on it, but I'll ping him again just in case. There we go.
Excellent. All right, and I will try to go through this relatively quickly. I don't want to bore you with all the background, but I want to give you a sense of who we are. One of the things that we, and I think I've attended other connectivity conferences, broadband, indigenous, native conferences, and what you always hear is building those partnerships, and that's what our organization is all about. So let me just give you background on who we are and what we do and some of the projects that we have been working on, and then I will get to the solicitation that we're going to be issuing in the next week. We consider ourselves as accelerating the smart community movement. When we started, we were talking about 5G, but now we're even talking about moving beyond 5G. Even though many communities haven't gotten to 5G yet, we are trying to think 2 steps beyond. Our goal is to improve public services, whether that's community healthcare, public safety, transportation, energy. That is ultimately what our goal is. And we do this by leveraging partnerships with corporations, with the federal government, and with local communities, whether that's a city or a state or a regional community or a tribal community. One of our biggest initiatives is the Smart Gigabit Community Initiative that we have. I think the count is up to 35 communities with whom we have partnerships with, including one in Australia. And what we do is we provide services, technical assistance, and grants to these communities to develop services in their community based on their needs. It's not a top-down, it's a bottom-up driven initiative. This started through an NSF grant. 16 were self-funded, or were funded by the NSF. We have now grown to 17 self-funded, and we continue to grow. As a result of these partnerships that we've been developing, we have branched out into other areas, one of which is, let me skip the COVID for a second. The next one are smart bases. Department of Defense has reached out to us, so we are partnering with technology providers and with DoD and the local communities to build smart applications or technologies. In this case of Fort Carson, we are building we're putting autonomous vehicles and using drones to do air runway safety checks. So the types of applications that we are doing are very greatly. The Platforms for Advanced Wireless Research is a $100 million program. We currently have 4 platforms. We are in the process of selecting a final platform under this initiative. We have narrowed it down to the University of Nebraska at Lincoln and Iowa State University. Iowa State University is actually by its 3rd or 4th year, branch out into the Meskwaki Indian Settlement School. So that is one of the reservation communities that we anticipate working with in the future. Each one of these platforms promote innovative technologies and they partner with their local communities, whether that's in New York City, in West Harlem, or Salt Lake City, or in North Carolina. So let me move to the solicitation that we are going to be issuing. This is about $2 million in grants. We're looking for 5 proposals. And this will be, we are looking for, again, partnerships. We're requesting that the participants be comprised of academic institutions. That could be tribal community colleges. And then local partners, whether it's a city or a tribe or a regional organization. And we're looking for interesting technologies, innovative technologies that can be delivered to the rural community or the tribal community. As I said, the solicitation will be coming out next week. If at the end of this, I will put my email. Oh, actually, I have it right here. I think here is my email address. There is our website. Please go to the website. It will be there. I don't think it's there quite yet because we're in the process of finalizing the solicitation, but it will be there within the next day or two. Feel free to email me. I will put your name on a list. I will make sure that we email you the solicitation. But we would like to encourage as many tribal communities and partnerships to apply as possible. And I will end it there and then allow people to ask questions if they have any. I know I speak very fast, so I apologize for that if it was too quick.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Does anyone have any questions? You're welcome to put them in the chat or to unmute yourself now. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Nancy. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. And please reach out if you have any questions. Feel free to email me, and we would love for every one of you to apply. Please. Thank you.
And if anybody needs links after this, we are going to be tweeting them out and all sorts of good stuff to the release and all that. So please feel free to check Twitter as well. Thank you. Okay, and with I will turn it over to Dara as our MC to lead us into our plenary and break.
Okay. I don't know what a plenary is, so you're going to have to fill me in.
Absolutely, no problem. So essentially, this will be our quick wrap up and break before we come back at 1:15 Eastern time for our next sessions.
Okay. Great. So I'll just do the quick wrap up then. So we're coming back in about, what is that, 25 minutes or so? Okay, great. Well, we won't take up too much of your time. This morning has been great for me personally. I hope you've all enjoyed it as well. But I just, again, I'm going to reiterate, I get so excited when so many really brilliant people are all together working on these challenges and these issues. And also, I just want to kind of say, like, they are challenges, but it also, I hope that you are all finding joy in just getting together and problem solving, because this is just kind of the way that as Indigenous communities, networks are not new to us. Communication is not new to us. This has been something that we have really mastered over thousands and thousands of years. And now it just kind of has new components and these new toys and new gadgets that we get to utilize and utilizing resources in a new way. And I really hope that as we're going through all of these different sessions and thinking through some of these challenges and the policy issues or the network, the more technical side, that you can really take to heart and keep in your head why we're doing this and how the communities that we're talking about have been thinking through these issues and how they've been handling these issues for so long. And maybe in order to do that, you need to do a little bit of background reading. The other thing I meant to mention in my intro was really, if you don't know what tribal lands, whose tribal homelands you're on, assuming you're in America, definitely look that up, because that is another component of this that is just so important when we're talking about resources, when we're talking about spectrum, when we're talking about the places that we are living, that we want to really throw our voice and communicate with others. You have to be familiar with that place. And part of that is knowing whose ancestral homelands you are dwelling on. So as we're thinking through these issues, really think about those people who have been communicating on that land since time immemorial, who have been there forever. This is not a new concept to any of the Indigenous communities that we're aiming to empower empower their abilities to connect themselves. So just kind of keep that in mind. Yes, and thank you so much, Anna. That is a great link. If you don't know which tribe's land, ancestral homelands you're on, Anna just put a link. It's nativeland.ca. That is really useful for that. So without taking up too much time, I think we'll break. Everybody get yourself some water, hydrate yourself, get a snack, have a rest, stretch a little bit, and we will be back here in about 25 minutes.
did you say we're good to go?
Yeah, I think we are. What do you think, Katie?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay. So I guess I'll just take the opportunity to get started. Admittedly, I didn't know if this was going to be a type of breakout session where I might have had a few individuals from either organizations or their own grassroots movement. So maybe I'm asking that question now, or is it just me who will be taking up the time and then asking for questions at the end?
Yeah, Ophelia, I think what might be best is to talk a bit about where you're from and your community's experience in getting internet access,
Okay.
and then talk about a bit about what digital equity means for you. And then we can have just a discussion with the group that's here. We kept the breakouts small so that we could have a good, robust discussion. Does that sound good?
Okay, that sounds fantastic. Can everybody hear me fine? Do I need to speak up? Okay, thumbs up. So good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on your time zone. My name is Ophelia Watahamaji Corliss, and I am a councilwoman for the Havasupai tribe. We are the only tribe that currently still occupies and lives at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. So the digital backdrop that I have here behind me literally is right outside. We are a small village who has been down here since time immemorial. We have about a total of 770 tribal members strong. But as far as permanent residents here down at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, you know, varies between the school year. We still are forced to use boarding schools down here. We have a K through 8th school. And from that point, we actually don't have a tribal program. So students still have to go to boarding schools, California, Oklahoma, and Oregon. So that population fluctuates between 400 and 423 permanent residents here at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And I came onto council in 2017. The tribe then, the internet that they had was received by a free grant from a WISP in a local community who had gotten a grant to bring down 20 megabytes of service down to Havasupai Village. 10 megabytes were being used for the public. Down here in Havasupai, we have an annual tourist visitation of about 40,000 tourists who come.
Uh-oh. I'm sure she'll come back.
I was thinking it was me, so I'm glad that not the only one. I wonder if it would help if we turned off our video. Okay, let's give her a minute, see if she can reconnect.
This is exactly why we're having this summit, to make sure everyone has access to quality internet service. If you're with us in Inuvik a couple of years ago, we lost the web stream because the bandwidth coming in and out of the center we're at wasn't good enough.
Yeah, you all may remember we ended up having to use a hotspot from a phone to live stream the event, which was definitely different.
Yeah, I don't want to see whomever's roaming, bill for roaming. That must have been brutal.
That was my phone.
Oh no.
But it worked out okay. It was worth it for the summit for sure.
I hope she can rejoin. Her story's amazing.
I remember, this is Heather, I remember hearing about them getting connectivity to the bottom of the canyon. So do they have a microwave shot up to somewhere on the top, or how are they doing that?
They bounce the signal off the canyon walls. It's absolutely fascinating.
It sounds like HF bouncing off the ionosphere, but
Exactly.
curious to know what frequencies they use to bounce up. So they don't have any straight shot that can get a signal directly up to the top.
No, and I really hope she rejoins and can tell that story. Also, the story around why they built the network in the first place. It's fascinating. They would be the most remote tribe in the continental United States.
Yeah, we think of geography as being, distance along the ground, say, from one place to another, but certainly isolation at the bottom of a canyon is pretty amazing to get the signal out.
If we can use this time, if anybody is willing, I would love to meet there's some participants on here that I haven't met before. So if anyone is brave to unmute, Heather, you're already unmuted, so I might put you on the spot, but I would just love to know who's coming here from where, and what you came to learn.
Okay, I'm Heather Hudson, and I've been working on access to telecommunications and more recently to broadband in the North, in Canada and Alaska for a long time, and also in developing countries. And I'm interested in the policy. I've worked on both policy and planning and evaluation. And I'm going to talk tomorrow about a study that ISOC asked me to do, kind of pulling together what we know about Indigenous peoples' use, which is definitely a work in progress.
Yeah, I'll post the link. I'll post the link to that paper in the chat here. And Heather's been to 3 summits so far.
Oh yeah, your name definitely looked familiar.
I've known Christine for a long time. Maybe Christine, you can introduce yourself.
Good morning. Hey, this is Christine O'Connor, and I am with the Alaska Telecom Association. Yeah, hi, Heather. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hold on one second here.
We can hear you, Christine.
Oh, here's Ophelia.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Back. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, see how fantastic this is. I'm scared if I just start talking again, it'll drop me off.
Ophelia, we can.
Okay. The reality of that is that was only.
Sorry, I was gonna say we can hear you, but it might help if you turn your video off.
Okay, thanks for letting me do that, you guys. So I left off where I had joined council, and we only had 10 megabytes for the network that I'm using right now, the tribal administration. So we had 20 megabytes of speed in the village up until 2017. And at that point, I was able to partner with a philanthropic organization called MuralNet, who started educating me on spectrum and what a self-deployed network might be able to look like, that maybe broadband is possible at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And that was a hard approval to get from tribal council. We have a 7-member tribal council, and the time constraints, I would say that tribal councils tend to take up to 4 to 6 weeks longer to make a decision, which can sometimes be hard for companies, organizations, nonprofits who are used to working on a schedule, used to getting an approval really fast. And that's just not how it goes with Indian country. There has to be much more time given, because they're not just making decisions for themselves, they're making decisions for the entire community. They're making decisions for the land. They're making decisions based off of what the ancestors have already fought for. And those decisions take much more time than time constraints off the reservation. And they had been promised telemedicine and broadband before that for about 15 years. We had equipment down here in the village that was collecting dust. And those federal agencies or those third-party contractors who were providing services to the community were unable to bring broadband down to the village. So that's why it was a hard approval to get from tribal council to move forward with trying to bring a type of high-speed internet down to the village. And somehow that we had gotten it. So in partnership with the local university, Northern Arizona University, and MuralNet, that was the beginning of the Havasupai's kind of wading our way through on how to develop and do a self-deployed network. So what I would have shown everyone in this room is maybe something that they would have already seen, some of the bicells, outside equipment. MuralNet helped Havasupai put up a private LTE network around the village in a 30-mile radius. And almost immediately we ran into federal policy issues that required us to start lobbying the FCC for certain frequencies on the reservation or around the reservation. And we quickly came to find that it wasn't necessarily an equipment problem. We had all the equipment we needed. We had the LTE network up. It was about policy and getting the correct frequencies. And our story moves into the 2.5 gigahertz, the old EBS channels. We were one of the last organizations to get an approval for educational broadband service spectrum, the 2.5 gigahertz band that maybe you might have heard will currently be auctioned off to the highest bidders for the new 5G rollout. That is this particular frequency, the 2.5. And the FCC froze the EBS 2.5, and suddenly we just had a temporary permit. During the first year and a half of our temporary permit, we were able to establish 20 students immediately from our early Head Start and Head Start programs to become compliant with Head Start regulations of needing early childhood learning certificates or associate degrees in early childhood education, or to be teachers. And it was really a huge opportunity. Within the first few months, we were able to use our temporary license on the 2.5 spectrum, and we were able to clock broadband speeds down here at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Some of those students were taking classes with local community colleges and universities, And within 3 more months, so within the first 6 months, we had about 12 GED students with a local community college for the first time be able to answer questions from a GED teacher. Once you fly up and out of the canyon, 8 miles, it's still 147-mile drive to the nearest town. And I witnessed our GED students be able to interact with the GED teacher. And I think that was the first time that I realized what huge benefits could possibly come from being able to get a solid broadband connection down to the bottom of the canyon. Tribal Council was very pleased and excited to have some success, and that's when their vision changed and they wanted to do a complete tribal upgrade. And there we were during a time when the FCC froze the 2.5. We were in limbo. We had a temporary license, and we were convinced that the FCC was going to take that away from us. And we went to DC and lobbied and spent an entire day in the Federal Communications Bureau building, as well as on the Hill, talking to who we could about the tribal digital divide and this 2.5 gigahertz band and what success we'd seen in just 6 months. You know, we are the most isolated tribe in the lower 48 states. If we could see success in a GED program and our early Head Start and Head Start programs, we felt that we were nearly the epitome of the tribal digital divide, being so isolated. And we were able to bring some of that speed down to the canyon and see the potential of that. And when we went to DC, it was the perfect time to lobby for a permanent license for our tribe, the Havasupai, but also to make sure that we are the tribal digital divide. The disparities that we feel down in Havasupai, lack of telemedicine, no charter schools, not being able to do workforce development training because we had no broadband speed. And we know that broadband has turned into a valuable natural resource. And that's what we lobbied for. And it felt like we also picked up lobbying for the 2.5 tribal priority window for the rest of Indian country. And people were just really excited that broadband found its way to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And even though I promise, I tell everybody here, it was like at the beginning when I only had about 20 people on my network, and it was only certain homes in the middle of the village who had line of sight with the tower. It's very complicated down here. I have got canyon walls. I use refracted signals to currently connect people who don't have line of sight with that tower. It's a very interesting down here in the canyon to try to get some signal. And we only had a few homes that were connected, but suddenly the story just took off nationally, that there were some broadband speeds able to be connected down in Supai Village. And from that point, the Havasupai, we felt good in our position with the tribal digital divide. We felt that we were pushing issues for Indian country and also the Havasupai tribe. We went and lobbied really hard, and it paid off in our eyes. We were able to get a permanent license for the 2.5 EBS band. The last of those licenses who are still have to do the educational burden of proof aspect. And as we know, that 2.5 gigahertz band has turned into what the new 5G rollout will come out with. But, you know, everybody lobbying for the priority window for the 2.5 before it goes out to auction. That turned into a really loud cry from Indian country and from the Havasupai included while we were there with the FCC and the commissioners, that this is so much hope for Indian country. that if you were like us, who got tired of relying on the government or these third-party consultants, and we all ended up getting used to that, right? Being on reservations and feeling, you know, that the government were providing or promising certain things to tribes, that maybe tribes started to rely on the government for those things. And maybe we ended up in that position. Maybe we believed the government when they said they would bring high-speed internet down to Supai, a place where telemedicine would be the best because we are the most isolated tribe in the lower 48 states, but these promises were all broken. Nothing happened. And sometimes that forces a tribe or forces a people to become frustrated and realize that the system they're relying on is actually a broken system, and that needs to change. And somebody within that government just needs to start figuring some things out. And with the help of really good partnerships, collaborations, not just a one-sided partnership where I know of people in the area getting fiber and they're going to have to pay $30,000 a month just to receive 10 megabytes of speed. You know what I mean? That's not a good partnership. They're being taken advantage of, but they're doing it because there's only one person in the area able to provide them that service, and it's a monopoly. So we had to get so frustrated that we were able to find a beautiful partnership to start doing a self-deployed network. And that's what we had to do. And that's what the Havasupai pursued and has pursued since 2017. And we've gone, for some reason, I even got invited to testify at a congressional subcommittee hearing, subcommittee for the agricultural department for a hearing about rural broadband and the need for infrastructure across the United States. I believe they were creating how much more money should we add to the idea of rural broadband. And I was blessed to be able to be the only tribal voice there and just be able to speak about Indian country and the Havasupai's personal story of our struggle having to wait until 2018 to get some broadband speed, and how almost immediately we could see the benefits that that could bring to a community. And if we were this late in the game, quote unquote, this digital game, just being able to reap some of the benefits, we weren't the only ones, and we're not the only ones. So I'm very excited to be here and to be a part of the Indigenous Connectivity Summit because you, from your own community, if you haven't already been able to do a self-deployed network or look into it, that means you're curious about it and you are interested and want to hear stories of other communities who are able to do it. And we did it in partnership with good organizations, trusted organizations. And that was the way that we were able to do it. And I just happened to be on council, you know, maybe a little more savvy with technology because I am the youngest. But, you know, we were able to catch on and we are up to the point to start out as a pilot network. We, with the CARES Act money, and as we know, things like telemedicine and online schooling has really been pushed to the forefront. And so we are looking at using CARES Act monies to do a village upgrade that has actually already started. So we will be and have applied in the tribal priority window for our 2.5 spectrum over our reservation lands, and have gone through and have initiated a telecommunications upgrade with the backhaul upgrade. And we'll be, by the end of the year, installing these bi-cells outdoor units on every home in the village. So I'll move on. So that's the Havasupai story. And It takes me 45 minutes or more to tell that story, really. So if you have any questions, I might not have gone into a lot of detail, but it was just a very interesting thing to live. So with the topic of this conversation, digital equity from an Indigenous point of view, I want to talk about, it's 2020. I just looked up what the definition of equity was. And the dictionary definition says equity means fair and impartial. What does equity mean when it comes to law? According to law, equity means fairness and justice. It also means, it says the value of shares issued by a company. So where does equity fit into the Indigenous? Because Indigenous communities, I believe, had a type of equity before the white paper came along, and before lawyers came along, and before the Declaration of Independence came along. They were able to have a type of equity, maybe fairness and justice within their own systems. And with assimilation and colonization, we've been forced to think about these ideas from a monetary perspective: equity, the value of shares issued by a company. Equity is a type of balance, and Indigenous communities have always known about that. So what's the digital aspect? Well, that's currently technology. That's currently the Zoom meeting that we're on right now. It's a telephone call. It's the digital world. It's the digital age. And it's currently viewed through the lens of COVID as telemedicine services, telephonic medical services, online schooling, distance learning, charter schools. I even make my acupuncture appointments online, when I'm out of the canyon. I've ordered groceries before from Safeway or Amazon Prime, and we do that all online. And that is the digital, and that is the digital world and the digital age that we live in. So how do we think about digital equity from an Indigenous point of view? Well, the Indigenous have always known what we call spectrum is, have always known about that, quote, valuable natural resource. The digital aspect and technology has come to the forefront of our everyday lives. And some would argue that it's just as valuable as water, land, air. But it's kind of hard because you can't see it. So if you look above you, what that tribal priority window meant for a lot of tribes fighting for the extension or just the ability to have the 2.5 network on their reservation, it was actually something, it's a type of property rights in the sky that you just couldn't see. And here was the federal government once again, definitely not thinking about tribal equity, that this is a natural resource that tribes need. In 2020, it's just as important as maybe land could be to somebody, or water, as the air that we breathe. And it's very important to understand when you're coming to these conferences or speaking up about the tribal digital divide. You could for hours watch people argue about urban versus rural versus urban. And it's a common theme. It's a very common way to separate the digital divide. But once again, it's the tribal digital divide. And tribes have had a very interesting time trying to just be a part of the conversation. It's the tribal digital divide. It's urban, rural, and tribal. It's tribal, indigenous, just get left out at all points in time. And it's very important to be speaking up for the indigenous and for the tribal perspective. So it's urban, rural, and tribal. That's what these discussions are about. These are the lands that we live on, and these lands that indigenous people would have felt that they have rights to the land and the water. And this idea of digital property rights over the sky, this spectrum. And I have some elders in the community who describe our old ways of communicating. And I had a tribal member climb to the highest mountain that we have here in Arizona, Weehagumbacha Snow Mountain, which is the San Francisco Peaks in Flagstaff. And they literally texted me from up there and they said, "Hello, Ophelia, are you out there?" And he told me that we used to climb to mountaintops and connect and speak with each other, much like radio communication towers do. But that we were able to communicate with each other from mountaintops all the way down here to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. So we've always had a way of telecommunication without there having to be towers around. One of my favorite people, Dara Blackwater, will speak about spectrum in the eyes of animals in the area, such as bats and sonar location, and that elders and tribes and indigenous people have always been aware of this energy, of this spectrum. And just because after the colonist state and assimilation, here we are, and we have to speak about something considered digital equity from an indigenous point of view. And that's because we are here currently trying to fight for tribal rights to have the 2.5 property rights just over their reservation lands. Was a hard fight because that's where the federal government makes money off of auctions. And this is a superb opportunity with the 5G rollout to be making a large amount of money from the large telecoms for the 5G rollout. So with digital equity, it doesn't feel like equity to me when the FCC wasn't budging on extending the tribal priority window, or the fact that we still have to apply at all, and that because of their federal regulations, it's not just something that's given over reservation lands as a property right, because the FCC has ownership of spectrum, has ownership of the use of this digital technology. You know, and some indigenous tribes would still argue we've known about this for thousands, for millennia, and feeling like I have to argue for something that was already our property hurts me, hurts my people, hurts all indigenous in communities, because this right here in 2020 is a very valuable tool for us to be able to research things like telemedicine. The Havasupai are trying to research a charter school for their high school. It would be the first type of program like that down here. And I'm not taking away the experiences from leaving the community and seeing that there's a big world out there, but those boarding schools are not for everybody. And currently we have no program at all if somebody wants to try to get their high school diploma. And these are the types of opportunities that indigenous communities, indigenous governments know what the people need. know the programs that they need to establish for their community, because their community want to be better. They want to be educated. They want to earn more money for their families. They want to take care of their families. They do, but not having these resources or the availability to tap into these resources because of something called equity and ownership, this stuff has been taken away from us for decades. And we just happen to be in a time where many communities are sick and tired of it, are willing to stand up and advocate, and willing to work through the federal policy process in order to try to find some sort of reprieve. But that takes time away from our community members that they could be utilizing this digital technology to better the community. And that's how I choose to look at it. I know that the internet, there's a lot of things that come with the internet, which is why they teach you how to protect your personal information, the correct resources for writing a paper. Is this information good information? I understand all of that, but what I've chosen, the position I've chosen to take with my community down here, is the opportunity that it can bring, the opportunity of telemedicine and being able to have more medical services, healthier people mentally and physically in the community. It's hard to travel out of here, especially if you're an elder, and none of us have homes outside of the canyon. So when we leave, we have to have at least $1,000 in our pocket to pay for the food we have to eat out and the hotel room that we have to sleep in for the entire week, because the helicopter only flies 1 day a week. We have to be prepared for something like that. But if we had good working fluid telemedicine, we could bring more services to the community down here, and that they wouldn't have to travel if they weren't able to. And to that online charter school, for those students who just can't, that boarding school, being away from home, being away from their families, being away from Havasupai, to try to get that high school diploma is a lot of stress. And if it's just not working for them, we want to be able to have a program down here for them. And we've never had a program down here before. And these are the things that we get to work on in 2020. Just because we were able to get a temporary license for the 2.5 gigahertz, we were frustrated by that point, and we needed to do a self-deployed network, and we found valuable partners to help us do it. And we've just been wading our way through the process, telling our story as much as possible, trying to help out who we can, because this is a huge opportunity. It's a big opportunity. And I'm not saying it's completely accepted by the people in my community, because it's not. I have people who are worried about turning this sacred place into a not sacred place. I have people worried about the location of a potential 40-foot tower being in a potentially sacred area. And then I have others saying, we already have the internet. We've had the internet. Putting up a tower is not going to change anything or going to change much. I have community members who want the best for their kids and really don't like the idea of any more communication equipment, but really trust in their children of the community that they're willing to accept the idea of a telecommunications upgrade. And I have people completely against it. I have people completely for it. And it's the opportunity, and that's what I choose to think about. That's what I choose to think for Indian country. That's what I choose to think for my community, is about the future and how we can utilize this valuable natural resource. So the digital equity from an Indigenous point of view, there are many, and I think the first one we'd have a problem with is Indigenous communities were forced to think about equity from a monetary standpoint, and that's something that we've always been forced to think about. So it's not necessarily in line with a lot of our beliefs, but we are adaptive. We've adjusted, and we're very smart people. So how are we going to use this to our advantage? Well, first we need to be able to utilize the resource, and that itself has been hard to begin with, but it's available, and tribes have been able to do self-deployed networks. I'm very proud of those communities, very proud that people are willing to share their experiences. So I think that kind of wraps up what I have to say about who I am, where I'm from, that yes, we've done a self-deployed network. It was a pilot program, and that pilot program has turned into a full-fledged telecommunications upgrade that has gone through nearly 2 years of strenuous policy work with the federal government. And that's when we realized doing a self-deployed network, it's not even about the equipment. The biggest problem you might end up having is with policy, and that could be with state, or that could be with the feds. So it's a very interesting road, but it's been worth it. It's been fun. It's been hard, but I think that there's so much benefit that could come. And so if turning this idea of digital equity, and we want to be able to use it as the natural resource that it is, to have access to it like we should, to be able to service our own people like we want to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ophelia. That was, I mean, really powerful, and your community has done so much. Has your work not only led to its own connectivity, but you've really set an example for so many other communities, and are fighting a good fight, which we appreciate. At this point, we can turn it over to any questions from the group.
Okay, this is Heather Hudson. Thank you. That was a remarkable summary and statement of dedication to purpose and what it took to get there, and also how the connectivity is benefiting the teachers and students, among others. I think in terms of equity, your point of a variety of definitions is well taken, but in addition to the spectrum over tribal lands issue, there's certainly the issue of connecting those tribal lands to the rest of the world. And there, I think the equity issue becomes often one of affordability. And you mentioned others who are paying a very high amount per month for fiber access. I think one of the policy issues we need to focus on is how to ensure that those services, once they're in, whether they're through efforts like yours or other means, which are really remarkable, have services that people can afford to use. And I know during this time of COVID, I've heard from a lot of users about the cost of trying to connect for education and e-commerce and others, and healthcare services, and how people are saying, you know, they have data caps or otherwise what their providers are forced to pay for transport is making the pricing high. So I'm really interested in any other comments on that issue.
Thank you for that, Heather. You know, I'm in a very beautiful and unique situation with our partnership with our WISP, our wireless internet service provider, and the partners that we've had along the way. The tribe is willing to pay for the telecommunications upgrade, which I'm estimating to be near $450,000 for the community. And it is our plan to provide that service to the community for free. All tribal members, every facility will be receiving this service for free. And we had an original game plan, which COVID kind of disrupted. Those 40,000 tourists that I had mentioned who come down to the village annually, we were prepared to sell them daily use passes for use of this new internet service that we are providing the community. And the intention was for that income to be paying for the use for the tribal people to be able to access that education and their telemedicine services. I know that we are in a unique position, and that is not always the case. As I had mentioned, our closest neighbors are going to have to pay $30,000 a month to receive, 10 megabytes of speed. And that's a monopoly. And a lot of tribes are forced into that monopoly. There's only one provider there. And there's a lot of negotiation that has to go on with that. So if anyone else has any comments on that, I would be interested, because I know that my situation is very positive for us and very positive partners and partnerships. And it's not always the case. We are just very, very blessed. Oh, and we'll be increasing our megabyte speed 300%. We will have 415 megabytes for the entire community. Currently, we only have 40.
Ophelia, when is that going to happen, the increase in speed?
Yes, we are working on finalizing that resolution. I have I have 4 microwave hops that need upgrades, a temporary two tower sites down here in the village, and half the village receiving a fiber pool. And if I can get that resolution passed, that means that that project will need to be completed. So resolution passed this year, telecom upgrade by the end of the year, beginning of next year, which is nearly 2 years faster than I ever believed that we could make this happen.
That's amazing. So this is a bit of an odd question, but can you talk a bit about what the experience of negotiating backhaul was like?
Okay, do you want me more of the one-on-one with my WISP, or more of like the policy fight that we had to get to be able to have a backhaul upgrade?
The one-on-one with the WISP, I think, would be very interesting to understand the experience that a community goes through in dealing with a private sector company or other entity that provides backhaul.
Sure. When I say 415 megabyte, a 300% increase, that's the total is actually going to be nearly 1 gig. But because we have the directional in and out, it's going to be about 450 in and out. So it'll be fluid. That should be the amount that we receive. So my particular WISP is the oldest in the state, oldest in Northern Arizona, and just the smartest guy with the best energy ever. Very nice guy. And so he is the only provider. But what we also have in the area are Bureau of Indian Affairs. They police the tribe, and they provide police for the safety of the tribe. We also have in the community Bureau of Indian Education, which is another federal service provided to give us our K through 8th school. So and then there's the tribal people, the community, the tribal government. So, and then there's also one more federal service provided, Indian Health Services, our medical services at our satellite clinic currently. Usually has 1 doctor and 1 nurse rotating in and out and we have some medical services. So when you look at our area and you see the tribe, but 3 federal agencies, those federal agencies also need speed and some megabytes. And what our WISP had done was contract with those federal agencies, and BIE and IHS currently contract for 50 megabytes. Currently, we have about 140 megabytes total as our max backhaul right now. So if those 2 federal agencies take up 100 megabytes, which they are, and they're taking it away from the tribal people and the tribal community, that we left 40 megabytes for the rest of the tribe. And our backhaul was maxed out, has been maxed out for a long time. Now, in negotiating backhaul with our WISP, you know, they also need to make some money. Yes, Mbps. And so there are other federal agencies who are looking to increase their speed as well. So when the WISP is able to upgrade the microwave and upgrade our backhaul, they also increase their megabytes. So we are sharing what's available. We are going to get half while the WISP uses the other half to say, I have more speed now. I have more backhaul now. You federal agencies, if you'd like to increase, I'm your provider and we can increase your contract and you can pay me more money for more speed. And that WISP was willing to say, I'm making enough money off of these federal contracts that I don't need to be charging the tribe for the megabytes that they use. I don't really know how to describe Kelly from Niles Radio except just the goodness out of his heart, and as a WISP, not wanting to charge the tribe for those megabytes because he knows what we need to use it for. And he has always been on board. He has always been smart and willing in that way. And I only saw it as fair for him to want to use some of that increased speed to be able to make money for his WISP through the contracts, the federal contracts in the area. So that negotiation was not that hard. I got to admit to you guys, because the WISP was already a willing partner, had been providing those 20 megabytes of free speed to the community, and ended up selling those other 100 megabytes. Maybe he felt bad because suddenly we needed online education and all this telemedicine, and he had no more backhaul to give us because of those federal contracts. So and getting him to say it out loud, and also having to tell him that maybe the lawyers might want this on paper, that was kind of hard for me because I wanted to take Kelly at his word and believe him, and also like kind of not make him mad of the kind of trust that we were building there. So I had to work myself up to that, and he was agreeable and is agreeable if we have to go that route. But I guess you could view it as, I see it as a business partnership as well. He's going to have more speed with the upgrade to be able to use that, but he knows how much he's going to have and how much he's going to be willing to contract out. And the tribe knows how much that they're going to have and how much that we're going to be able to have access to and use. So he's still, in my eyes, able to financially meet his company's needs. And he has been gracious enough to say, I don't need to charge you. I know what you need it for. I will just take and use what I have contractually and make my money there. And yes, the tribe is paying for the microwave upgrade equipment, but we're not going to have to pay a monthly service fee.
That's amazing. Actually, you know, access to middle mile is so often seen as the big hurdle, but there are times when you just hit with the right provider, and it just takes asking, right? And there's success. I guess my other question for you, Ophelia, is around, you know, how would you characterize the impact the services having on the community beyond the idea of digital equity? Like, what does it look like now?
Well, I'll just continue to use the COVID example. Suddenly, this idea of distance learning came to the forefront real fast, real quick. And it started to involve more than just our 70 or so students down here. It started to involve also our boarding school students, which is about 20 more kids. So we had about 90, 95 total students or homes who needed to have internet. You know, and I'm still working with the old backhaul that I have, and I'm still working with my pilot program. And that BIE is a federal agency. Holy smokes, all the red tape that federal agencies have to go through. Like, you could be working with real people and they really want to help you, but as soon as they get into their politics and into their procedures, they're suddenly unable to help you. And that's how it was with BIE. We literally had been lobbying for 3 months on the phone with our lobbyists, with you know, Tony Dearman, with the Department of Justice, the Department of the Interior, trying to figure out if we could use the E-rate to bring more internet to the school, or also we were translating the E-rate with us being able to use some of that spectrum to kind of, you know, I don't want to say blast the internet outside of the school, but that's what we wanted to do because we have no more backhaul. And it was just so many conversations of getting nowhere that I ended up having to still rely on my pilot program and our old backhaul. So suddenly summer school came, and I had, in 2 days, I had like 14 families come in, and I'm giving them my little equipment. And I know that the more people who get on the network, the more saturated that it's going to become and the less speed that they're going to have. So I'm getting worried that they're even going to be able to do their homework. So very recently it has blown up. For about the original 2 years there, you know, it's a small community. So I know it's not like other communities who had a waiting list of like 50 people who had heard about the program and wanted to be a part of it. For my community, because we've not had the opportunity, there's a word of mouth game that has to happen first, that this program even exists and that this program's even available. Because even though I have public meetings a Saturday every month, it's sometimes the same people who come to that meeting. So I'm telling the same people about this educational program that we have to give you internet at your home. And the program just didn't really blast off for the past couple years, but we were able to get the early Head Start and Head Start students and teachers and the GED students and a handful of community members with their own initiative who wanted to do workforce development or GED, whatever it was. I accepted anything and everything that they could give me just to show me that they were on some sort of online education, anything. And, but it wasn't until recently with COVID and us being on lockdown, we're not really letting people in or out of the canyon, that it just really blasted off. And when summer school happened this year, BIE, they promised us jetpacks, no jetpacks. And even though we're complicated and I have three levels of service availability in the community, so only a third would have been able to utilize those jetpacks anyway, but it would have at least helped me, you know, without the saturation of the network, because I had given away all my equipment in that time frame. And I currently don't have enough equipment to give out full sets at the moment. So very quickly recently it took off because COVID's pushed it to the forefront. But these are the real things that have to happen in a community who have not had those opportunities. People need to understand the programs available. That takes a couple years. People need to understand that, wow, this internet's actually going to work. It's not going to stop every 5 seconds. I'm not going to get frustrated and shut it off and resign from my semester of school. And then people need to be comfortable with being able to do online classes that they've probably not taken a class for 5 years or more. And that doing online classes is actually pretty intimidating if you've never done it before, especially if it's math. And I'm just saying that. So, you know, this takes time to build, for the community to trust, for the community to know that it's reliable, then for the community to understand, well, what can I do with this new resource? I can do workforce development. I can get my GED. I can work on my associate's degree. And that, my friends, is probably a 5-year deal. Just getting that education and that understanding, and maybe even having to educate the community on internet safety. Don't give out your personal information, you know, this and that. So, you know, we are just at the beginnings here. I am really, really looking forward to our first graduate from our GED programs. And that's about comfort. And did you have access to learn computer information systems? Did you have access to know how the internet worked and password security? And these are a lot of things that people didn't have access to, because we did not have access to broadband before 2018.
That's amazing. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, so I actually received an anonymous piece of feedback or comment that a participant wanted me to share. And they said, I think there are so many good and relevant points being raised in this session, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. But one reminder for all of us is that if we want regulatory entities to be able to consider specific points, objectives, or information, it's helpful and in some cases necessary to include that information or a cited reference in submissions to the relevant government agencies. And I think that really actually echoes a lot of what we've heard before and what we heard from Sayuri earlier today, where government agencies are doing their best, but don't always have all the information, or, you know, they need that public record to be able to justify the decisions that they're making. And so I think I agree with this person that it's really important to submit, you know, letters to consultations or feedback to consultations as often as possible, citing the kind of story that you're talking about, Ophelia, so that they have something to point to. And I think this participant was also interested in some more information about your particular experience working with those agencies and what it was like to try and submit comments and to speak in front of subcommittees and things like that.
Okay, so I think one thing I learned about the Hill after maybe my 4th or 5th time was that although I'm talking to a staffer or I'm talking to an assistant, and originally I would feel like, well, this isn't Senator Martha McSally, this isn't Senator Kristen Sinema, right? Because you think that you need to talk to those big names. Those people are busy. Those people probably barely have time to eat a sandwich and have a coffee for lunch. They are just constantly have things going on. And what I had to realize was when I would meet with a staffer, or I only had 3 minutes, because there are different types of meetings that also happen on the Hill. You might only catch a coffee break when you're only allowed to talk to the person literally for 2 minutes or less. Or you might be at a breakout session where they're passing around a microphone and, oh, you get 5 minutes that time, or that you get to talk to the lead staffer in the actual office, but not see the person for 15 minutes. And then, you know, there's the grand meeting where you're actually seeing the person and you might be able to get 20 minutes with them. The types of meetings and the shortness or the availability of time that you have to get your point across or your message across changes constantly. So you really need to be, and you do, you know, it's intimidating at first, but you get used to it. And then you figure out what you're able to say to who and what are the main points that need to be said. And you learn that throughout the day, or you learn that throughout the meeting. So if you're talking to a staffer, they're just as important as the person. Talk to that staffer like they are the person. Get your message out, because they're probably the lead person for, let's say, telecommunications. And although you're not talking to the person, you're talking to the go-to person. And that is someone that you want on your side. Ask for cards and follow up. Thank them for that meeting that day. Provide a few bullet points of the conversation, and always offer, you can contact me, you know, at any time. You also would want to bring some documentation with you, possibly a chart that might show, for example, we had a chart that showed where our system was at 20 megabytes and where we wanted it to be, or how far we've come, things that we've achieved, kind of a one-pager that you might want to leave with them, and also your card. Leaving your card is very important. So make sure to have plenty of those. And so you're always prepared with documents. Always talk to whoever you're talking to like they are the senator or that they are the congressperson, because they are just as important to that particular, you know, maybe telecommunications. In the instance of testifying in front of a congressional subcommittee hearing, I suddenly felt like I was back in school. I did 12 different draft revisions. There are certain formats that you need to follow, you know, like your cover page, and then they also give you directions on what they're expecting from you. 50 paper copies of your testimony to be delivered here the Monday before you show up. So it seemed a little nerve-wracking, but you know, within the testimony, it was just from my mind and heart, and I had a couple people helping me revise it, because you know, as an advocate, I advocate, but do I know the nitty-gritty technical? No, I don't, and that's stuff that I've been learning along the way. So the testimony, you know, was a very formalized paper that I read over consistently, which was pretty much like a public speech that you had to make sure was under 7 minutes. And you know, they're very polite and they invite you there. You're not the only one who's up there. There are other people up there with you. And you should do some research on that subcommittee to find out who the chair and co-chair are. And the reason I would suggest that is because you want to find out if the person with the gavel is going to start tapping their gavel at you if you speak longer than the allotted time you're given, because you know, that's going to throw you off. If you have a quote rude chairman up there who's not going to let you finish the speech that you've been working so hard on, you will need to prepare for that gavel to be hit and you to be able just to go right to the end of your testimony. But they're not all like that. My particular subcommittee, the Energy Exchange, Subcommittee Energy Exchange and Credit, that's who I testified in front of, had a nice chairman. I think I went over my time about 20 seconds, and thank goodness I didn't have the gavel hit at me. I was also very lucky and not the first person who had to testify. There were about 2 or 3 other people who went before me who helped give me confidence and you know, a footing. But you know your testimony. You wrote it. You've been reading it the night before, the day before. You've been writing it for weeks prior. You know that information, and it's just the ability to get it out in some concise time. And trust me, you practice. I read the whole thing straight from my paper. It's not like I shortened any of it onto index cards. I read it straight out. I think I wrote it in first person. The testimony is actually available online. It was actually a nice experience. It wasn't, you know, I was intimidated for sure, but I also had good people there with me. I even had a really nice Republican senator from Texas write me a note that said I was very well spoken, that I was able to get my message across, and that I not only did my tribe, but I did Indian country well. And, you know, that will be one of the best compliments that I ever get to receive, just because I was able to have that opportunity. And by that point, it had been 2 years, 2.5 years of advocating for this, and you get good at it. You get better at it. You learn, you know, you learn not to eat a full breakfast because maybe your nerves are going to be too much and you start to feel nauseous. Maybe you learn just eat something small and to always have snacks with you and always have water with you, and know that you're literally pounding the pavement when you're walking in between those buildings and you're going under the tunnels, and instead of walking across the street, it's all concrete. Your feet are gonna hurt. You should wear some comfortable flat shoes that have like memory foam inside of them. You know, take care of yourself too at the same time. Make sure you have something to drink, and you're there. You know, you also want to have fun, but you're going to get better. You're going to get good advocating for what you believe in. So probably by the time you get called to testify before a congressional subcommittee hearing, you're going to believe in your cause, and you can use that confidence.
This is Gabriel Montoya. I'm a councilman with the Pueblo of Oaxaca in New Mexico. And I have a question more related to the messaging you did with your community, more so your traditional leadership, how you're able to get that message out, and how did you get the buy-in? I know you kind of touched on it, but I'd like to know a little more about that.
Hi, Gabriel. Being the youngest member on council, I relied a lot on my fellow council members, and also did my best at regular meetings, public meetings, to describe in the best way that I could what the internet could mean for the community, what these opportunities could mean. And, you know, I have plenty of elders who just don't see the internet as being anything good. And that is for many different reasons. And getting the kind of the idea out there of the good that can come with the internet was just constant. Every regular meeting, I would be trying to explain the benefits, and just trying to allow their input and their feedback, which got hard because they would end up asking me questions about the telephone, or they would end up asking me questions about emergency services, why can't the police come? So there was a detachment and really understanding what the digital could provide to the community and what it actually did. So I created some handouts for the regular meeting, always had my door open, gave out my phone number constantly at the regular meeting. But it's still kind of hard to get people to be comfortable to come and speak to you or to call you. So a lot of information that, let's say, where this particular tower might be going could be a sacred area. That information was usually brought to me by a third party, or maybe the elderly department, because we have an elderly site council there. And those concerns we would speak about at a tribal council meeting and try to make the best decisions that we could. But I would still say, Gabriel, that is something that is constant and has to happen all the time, because maybe they might see possibly the benefit for their grandchild, but not fully understand why we need this equipment or that there could be a potential tower. So having a delegated individual or an appointed individual to be able to take those questions or to take the time to, go to the elderly center or to just be available. That's also important. But I think what could have helped me better, and we're all learning along the way, is if I might have been able to have another council member assigned with me to be able to explain those things better, because I'm not fluent in my own language, and that my elders, they're going to need that, and that they need that translation sometimes to understand better. And I did have some help, and I have had some help with that, but not to the extent that I wished I did. So I can only hope that up until this point that things do still feel good. Things still come up, and we tend to discuss them in tribal council meetings, and who's available. Those are always open for the public. But it has been hard, and the main focus has been the children and their education, and being able to have them home here in Supai while we attempt to provide possibly that new online charter school program that we were talking about.
Thank you, Ophelia. This is Gabriel again. I tend to agree with you. I think that some of our largest obstacles are ourselves. A lot of people, when building community networks, don't realize the conversations that need to happen to make it move forward. But I agree with you. I do think that education is the key to get the messaging, because a lot of our leaderships don't clearly understand the level that it could assist, and they do get stuck in, well, my Verizon isn't working, my AT&T isn't working, and they don't realize the true meaning of broadband. So thank you for your explanation. I appreciate it.
I think we're actually approaching the end of this session now. Katie, we wrap up at 2:45, correct?
Yes, and then we have a 15-minute break before we come back for plenary.
Perfect. So thank you very much, Ophelia. That was very good. I think we all took away a lot of information, and we're learned a lot. And thank you to everyone who attended.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Ophelia. And again, please be sure to come back in 15 minutes so that you can participate in our plenary. And Ophelia, if you don't mind, we're going to ask each of the leaders of these breakouts to give a high-level overview of some takeaways from the conversation. So it'd be great if you could do that as well.
Thanks, Ophelia. That was very helpful. and
Yeah, I
interesting.
think so, Ophelia.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Thanks, everyone. Talk soon. I have you guys before we Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you to all of you for making it to the end of day 3. We really appreciate all of your continued participation throughout the week. So similarly to what we did yesterday, I'd like to take some time to talk about the overarching themes and outcomes from the day. So is there anyone who would like to kick us off by giving some feedback or talking about things you may have heard from the first session today, which was the panel discussion? The first session you heard today was addressing LTE coverage, and we heard from Elizabeth Belding, Morgan Vigil-Hayes, and Ellen Zagura. Does anyone have any reflections on that session?
If I may add a little bit, Katie?
Please.
I'm sorry, out of culture, I always let the women talk first, so I always jump in late. So I'm always the last one right before you're ready to change subjects. I worked with those ladies down at Pueblo Connect. Some of the reasons that triggered a lot of that is that we were having issues with our law enforcement being able to contact back to their respective centers when there was issues. We were having a lot of E911 issues where areas are spotty. And around the same time as when AT&T was launching the FirstNet program within the area. And we determined that 90% of their funds were going to be spent in metro areas and 10% into rural areas. So it was critical for us to understand what areas truly had coverage. We already knew the answer, but we needed something scientific to push it forward. So I think that the spectrum analysis that they did actually not only brought to light a lot of those issues, but a lot of the saturation areas within the semi-rural areas of wireless broadband. So we can start doing long-term plans within some of those communities to limit saturation and be able to have a more stable connection. So I think they just scratched the limit of what they were doing, but for the larger scope, at least for that region, it was huge and beneficial for multiple communities. So thank you. I just wanted to share that.
Thanks very much, Gabriel. I really appreciate that. And I'm so glad to hear that it has a positive community influence, just as we were hearing from them this morning. And I think it's a really interesting approach to crowdsource this kind of information, or to turn it to the community for this kind of information. I think that's a theme that we're hearing more and more, is that communities want to be involved and to be included, and we have a really unique and exciting opportunity to help facilitate that. So I hope that is not the last time we hear of the project. I hope we continue to work as a group very closely with them. So I'll pause really quickly. Does anyone else have any thoughts on that first session today that you'd like to share?
This is Heather. I'm curious to know what reaction did you get from FirstNet? I was on their advisory board for a while, or their tribal board. I'm not on it now, but did you get a positive or useful response when you showed your data?
That seems like a very politically loaded question, but I'll try to answer it as politically correct as possible. I think that the tribal liaisons for FirstNet were critical in providing a solution. I think funding got reallocated after engaging with them and our congressional leadership when we addressed some of those issues. I hope that answers it.
Thanks. That's helpful to hear. I think Danae is on this too. She probably has more.
Danae, not to put you on the spot, but do you have any feedback or thoughts on this morning's session? You may, I'm not sure if you were on this morning's sessions or not, actually. Actually, I don't know that I see Danae right now, so she may have stepped away. Okay. All right, so unless there are other thoughts on that one, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the information session afterwards on the US connectivity policy landscape. And that was a session that I moderated with Dara Blackwater, Irene Flannery, Scott Rasmussen, and Sayuri Razapopsky. I guess I'll share what my key takeaway from it was, and I hope that this is echoed by other participants, even if we're feeling a little quiet at the end of the day. But I heard from all of the participants about the importance of getting involved and getting engaged. And Sayuri, who works at the FCC, very kindly put her email in the chat at that point, and you'll be able to see it in the record, and asked participants to tell them how to better improve their engagement with tribal communities in the US. And I think that that's actually a very important opportunity for this group, because one of the things that we hear most frequently is that federal agencies aren't doing enough to engage with tribal communities in the way that makes the most sense to them. Frequently, the means of engagement for an urban area, for the FCC to contact, New York City or Washington, D.C., or maybe Seattle, that's very different than what it means to actually engage with a community like the Havasupai Nation, for example. In terms of both just the availability to be physically present, but also, it's much more difficult to have a Zoom meeting with a community that doesn't have connectivity. And those are the communities that they should be prioritizing. So I would really encourage everyone in this group to send your feedback on what meaningful engagement looks like. This is a really good opportunity to make your voices heard. Does anyone else have any feedback? Burning questions? Okay, I assume that's because everyone is drafting their email to Sayuri, and I cannot wait to see them. So we'll move on to our virtual trade show. This was the presentation from US Ignite, and Nancy told us about a new opportunity for funding. So I don't know that I need necessarily feedback on this one, because it was a presentation about an opportunity, but I really want to highlight for anyone that wasn't on that session, please go look at the US Ignite website for more information about this project. This is an opportunity, and they're specifically trying to work with tribal communities to provide funding for innovative approaches to both access and use of that access of the internet. So check it out, make sure to apply. If you have any questions, you can reach out to Nancy directly. She put her email in the chat as well. Or if you didn't catch it, feel free to reach out to me and I'll put you in touch. All right, and so then after that, we went into our, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Just one other thing about that is that I think that this is not just limited to those. They're aiming for 5. They have that money aside, but if they get a bunch of really great opportunities, they will probably do it again or find more money to put into it. And so I would just echo what you're saying. This is a really great opportunity and well worth getting in there, submitting ideas.
Absolutely, Chris. Thanks very much. And I should also say that this is a partnership with the National Science Foundation. And so while there are only, a handful of, or not a handful, but potentially a handful of projects that will get funded, this is also a really good opportunity to elevate your project and to make it visible to a variety of high profile entities. So please do submit an application. If you need help with your applications, reach out. We can work with you. US Ignite can work with you to the extent that they're able. But we would really, as the Internet Society, would really like to be a helpful partner to anybody who's interested in applying for funding. Okay, so then after that, we went into our breakouts on the theme of digital sovereignty. So we heard from Jeff Doctor and Ophelia on the ideas of data centers and data sovereignty, as well as digital equity from an Indigenous point of view. We also heard about protecting Indigenous knowledge, creating local content, and developing a virtual nation from James, Jeff, and Brandon. So I would really appreciate if the speakers of each of those sessions or a participant of those sessions could give us some high-level feedback on what you talked about and what the key takeaways are so that everyone is sort of looped into your conversation. And if anyone would like to go first, that would be great. Otherwise, I'll just call on you going down the list.
I'm happy to go ahead and give a little synopsis of our discussion in the Developing a Virtual Nation breakout room. And that discussion was led by Brandon, the Deputy Head of State at the Nation of Hawaii. So we talked about a ton in this breakout room, and there was a lot of storytelling and a lot of ideas flowing, and it was just a really powerful conversation. I think we all learned a lot. But in terms of developing a virtual or digital nation, we started with how the history of a community, and Brandon gave us a lot of background history with Waimanalo, his community, and how important it is to have an understanding and appreciation for this history, because it informs how and why developing a virtual nation and enhancing the digital sovereignty through that nation is so important. And then from there, we talked about how developing a virtual nation kind of, in this case, can look like using the technology and the internet as a tool and a launch pad for enhancing and growing and spreading Indigenous sovereignty. It can be a place where Native Hawaiians can advance their nation and exercise their sovereignty in ways that they can't in the real world. And Brandon gave some really cool examples about how they are running their own elections online now, and they're working on developing apps that can facilitate this process, where funding to do this in the quote unquote real world would just be way too expensive and way less doable. So they have blockchain voting that they're working on, and just some really cool ideas that digitally help them to control their own elections and their own sovereignty. And then we also had some participants contribute how digital sovereignty and building a digital nation can help build connection, can help a community organize, get in touch with one another, and communicate. And it's a place to collectively heal from historical trauma as well. It's a place to develop and spread education, and it's a place to build equity. And due to the free and open nature of the internet, it's kind of the perfect tool to leverage as an Indigenous community to achieve justice. And there was a whole lot I could go on, but Brandon, definitely fill in if you think I missed anything large and looming.
No, I think that's perfect, Sarah. I mean, I kind of hear myself talk, so I'm glad you took really good notes. And but Myron also brought up a good point about like what he observed. Myron Dewey was one of the ones inside our session, and he was one of the leaders at the Dakota Access Pipeline protests and how he used technology to actually document and help protect our sovereign rights. And that was a big thing. And, you know, he touched a little bit on cybersecurity. And that's something that, you know, it makes us think too that, you know, when we're building this virtual nation, it's still not safe enough to just go fully virtual. You know, we have to have some contingency plans and stuff. And so it made me think a lot about cybersecurity. It's like, you know, you can't protect everything. We don't have that capability like a government to protect everything. But, you know, the key is utilizing the internet to enhance our sovereignty. And that's mostly what I talked about. But thank you, Sarah, for sharing all that.
Thank you both. Really appreciate that. Okay, so let's see. Do we have someone from Jeff Doctor's session? I think maybe Mike Edel and Sally, you all both were in that room, I think, if one of you is available to give a high-level readout.
Start for the part that I attended. I had a going on the but we had talked about sovereignty of not only the physical location of a data center, but also the data itself that belongs to the community. And then others can, it's the right of the community to maintain their data. I had brought up the fact that our does not allow the tribal IT department to use unified communications as a service or any type of cloud-based services, because when it goes into the cloud, it leaves the community, and therefore there's fear that the sovereign data is now out and exposed in the rest of the world. And so very tight security from the community on maintaining it. We do have a data center on site. It's in our central office for Saddleback Communications. And the IT department for the community has data center, and then they use our data center as another location. So it's separated in the event that something happens with the data at their location, still on the reservation, they have the data secure. So shortly after that, we had an outage and I had to drop off. So I don't know how, and Jeff was really pretty articulate about some of the issues and things that he thinks about all the time. I was very intrigued to listen to him talk. I just don't know where the conversation went after I dropped off. So that's where I can bring the group to at that point. And if somebody else from that group can speak up after that, it would be appreciated. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Mike. Was anyone else in that session that would like to add to what Mike said?
Katie, I'll speak if there is no one else that will. One of the things that I was particularly interested in was the sort of the confluence of sociology, ethics, privacy, sovereignty. I thought I was going to be, when it was about data centers, I thought I was going to be in a discussion about IXPs and like the actual data centers that we have. But I found myself, I think we all found ourselves going down a rabbit hole with a very, very intelligent man. And it was, you know, he didn't say anything that I wasn't already aware of, but I don't think that we can say it enough. He talked a little bit about, I think, translation exhaustion, I think it was called, where, you know, in order to have a conversation with a non-Indigenous person, an Indigenous person basically has to spend some time putting the conversation into context in order for any real communication to occur. It was, I don't know, it was just a very, very interesting session. And I, you know, so much of the, like, as you know, I'm a library technician by profession. So for me, it was interesting to, I believe that the hard copies of any research studies that are done on a population should be returned to that community. Unfortunately, it's difficult on reserves to have a place where that is secure enough to house, you know, the studies and documents. And it's just was a very interesting discussion. There's a couple of other people that were on the call or on the session. If they wanted to add to it, that's fine.
Thanks, Allie. I appreciate that. I also want to point to Kelly's quote in the chat. That is a fantastic quote and fantastic point for all of us to learn and appreciate. I think that, you know, speaking for myself as a white woman, I certainly have a lot to learn about these and lots of other issues, and did not get this kind of education in my schooling. And that certainly rings true that, you know, I'm learning more and more from all of you how to be a better advocate and ally, and how to educate myself so that I don't exhaust you all. So I appreciate that reminder. With that, I would love to hear from Ophelia's group. I don't know if Ophelia herself was able to stay. I know she had some connectivity challenges, but is someone else from her group willing to give us an overview of the conversation? I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I think I see at least one or two people who were there. So feel free to volunteer. Okay.
I came in late to it.
Awesome. Go ahead, Greg.
But it was some definitely interesting discussion about the backhaul challenges and how they work together with another ISP. And I think a lot of just real on the ground experience as to the limits in terms of they are definitely seem to be exceeding. They have much more demand than they have capacity, and they've been increasing that. So, but like I said, I came in toward the tail end of it.
Thanks, Chris. Does anyone else want to add some additional context?
Yeah, this is Heather. It was a really interesting discussion or description of how they managed to get connectivity to the bottom of the canyon. Not so much technically, although there was certainly some technical description, but more what kind of organizing it took, what kind of lobbying in Washington, as well as some examples of uses for allowing Head Start teachers to become certified and students to complete GEDs, and then a description of how they plan to upgrade the capacity and bandwidth coming down into the canyon. So it was really a fascinating case study.
Yeah, and actually, Heather just reminded me I've heard a number of different people offer insights on what it's like to start lobbying DC, and as a novice, someone who doesn't have a lot of experience in it. And that discussion was very valuable in terms of the challenges, learning to make the most of a 3-minute meeting rather than potentially resenting the person that doesn't give you more time. The practical advice in terms of shoes to be wearing when you're clomping around those hard floors. All kinds of good advice and ideas for people that may find themselves in that situation.
Absolutely. And that's one too that I would really recommend. I should say I'm biased because I was watching this breakout room, but I would go back and watch that one because the work that Ophelia and her community have done is incredibly powerful, not only for their own community, but for many communities in the United States. They really paved the way in a lot of ways for tribal communities to get access to 2.5 gigahertz spectrum. and have been doing incredible work both on the technical side of networking, but also on the policy side. So she's got some incredible insight and I guess lessons learned, but also examples of what the community has actually been able to do with their service, and the demand is growing so quickly. So worth checking out. But unless there are any other thoughts on that one, I'd like to move to either Jeff Ward or James Niblamouche's sessions. I believe those were protecting Indigenous knowledge and creating local context. So did anyone participate in one of those two breakouts that would like to share some information with us?
Yeah, I will jump in for James's group. So James works at the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Center up in Alberta, I believe. Sorry, James, if you're still on, if that's wrong, jump in as well. So that project is really great because it covers a couple of different treaty areas in Canada, and they do a lot of repositories on digital storytelling, some really great virtual libraries. They had even engaged to like Indigenous Canadian, superstars from Canadian Survivor, I think, the version of Survivor in Canada. And they had, animated them, and they were introducing the resources. And so they had them sectioned off into like, K through third grade, et cetera, up to high school. So it's really focused on K through 12, but it focuses on, ways to learn math and build traditional dome housing and things like that. And so it was really great to see something like that, like in action. He showed us a little YouTube preview, which was really great. I loved the fact that they had treaty education resource kits. Moving kind of beyond that into the security aspect, we talked about, how do we deal with partnerships with non-Indigenous groups? And, some of the work that I'm trying to do is, mapping on traditional land use and the changes over time and that loss of use, and how do we really get back on the land, right? And, park services often are involved with these mapping projects, and, tribes are reticent to participate because they are, there's knowledge that they don't necessarily want to share and that want to be out there on a GIS system, for example. And so James talked briefly about, what happens when, and how do you make that decision to share said knowledge, right? And so they have a council, actually, I think there were elders from each particular area on their board they would consult with, like, is this appropriate or is this not? And of course, that goes back to, right, just basic respect and taking the action and making the appropriate decisions with the people whose knowledge it is. And so that really kind of was the center focus. And, in making partnerships with groups, it comes back to ownership, right? If a mapping system wants to work on traditional knowledges and language and traditional land use, medicinal plants, traditional foods and things like that, and map those need to be owned and controlled by in the Indigenous communities that the knowledges are a part of, right? And so they mentioned a really cool project called Terra Stories by Amazon Conservation Team, which is an open source platform for digital storytelling and mapping. And so that's something that could be useful to people in the future. Danae, do you have any other thoughts? I know you had mentioned, an abuse of technology and how that's impacting tribal communities as well.
Yeah, I the main point that I was trying to make, and maybe I wasn't very clear, is that sometimes it's our own people. It isn't somebody inflicting the outside on us, saying that they're the Park Service, as an example, or the natural resources folks saying this is where you go to harvest traditional plants. Sometimes it's our own people doing that, and that's really the point. Is our own people are taking into their own hands. And I'll give a real quick story, and then we had on this person, our traditional territory, we had a free group people come onto our lands, and they do what they call a shaman retreat every year. They're non-native people. They come from all over the world. They gathered in our traditional lands. They
Did we lose her? Or am I? Okay. Janae, we can't hear you. Maybe we can come back to hear that particular story.
Absolutely. Yeah, Danae, whenever you are back online or can hear us, ping me and we'll turn it over to you. All right, so with that then, I'd like to shift to our final breakout, which I believe was Jeff Ward's. Was anyone in Jeff's session that would like to give us some feedback or an overview of what you talked about? Let's see if Jeff is on.
Sorry, I lost connection.
We can hear you now, though.
Okay, so we had the tribe coming out vocally saying, please don't come onto our traditional lands and do your shaman healing thing in the middle of a pandemic, bringing all these people from all over the world to this very small area and spread potential virus. And we had individual tribal members posting on their Facebook page, please come support these people who are coming to our traditional lands to learn our traditional ways, and let's go welcome all these people. And so it was really frustrating to see it clash out. And ultimately what ended up happening is a whole militant group came to protect all these people who came to get in touch with their shaman, whatever that may be, wherever they were from. And they were literally holding tribal members at bay with arms, saying they have the right to be here and this is a national park. And so two sides of the story from the same tribe, half welcoming and half not. We didn't own that story, and it was publicly around the world played out on social media. And so it's really frustrating to know that we, in that situation, us as tribal members, we couldn't even come together and have one story moving forward.
Did we lose Danae? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Katie.
Okay.
Here.
All right, Danae, unfortunately we lost you, but that, I mean, I would love to hear how that story concludes. Sounds like a terrible situation to be in. So maybe when she comes back, we can hear some more from her.
I'm sorry. I have my video off for that very reason, because I keep going down. If there's any questions, I don't know what you guys heard, but we created that problem ourselves by splitting our community over social media.
That's a really interesting perspective too. So I appreciate you sharing that story. All right, so the last breakout we had was Jeff Ward's group. Would anyone from that group like to volunteer to give a recap, or would you like me to call on a couple people and see what they remember?
Hi, Katie. It's Hossein.
Thanks, Hossein.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, it was a very interesting discussion. We didn't have a big group. We were close to 10 people, but I think we had a lovely debate. We had perspectives from academia, with Indigenous background, from Indigenous communities as well. And Jeff himself has a software developing company and his Indigenous background. So it was quite an interesting discussion. One of the key directions of the discussion were how to protect Indigenous content once it becomes goes online, and in particular on social media, with the knowledge that social media like Facebook, like TikTok and others, they basically own the content once there, and they have all authority to use it for any purpose they see fit, including commercial purposes. So from that point of view, protecting the intellectual property is quite challenging once it goes into these platforms. So there was discussion of what potential other platforms can be there to share Indigenous content, and that was a discussion without particular resolution. One other direction was the point to create the content in the first place, and it does not have to be digitized from the day one. Can be on paper, can be on tape, and then other point can be digitized and then stored in a location, either on cloud or on local data centers, secure location, and can be used later on to be shared on a platform of choice. But creating the content is one step, and sharing it is a second step. And there was an example by a member of the group who basically had a conversation of one of the elders in the native language and on a very old cassette tape that had to be converted into more recent digital format for storage and to keep before it goes bad. So this kind of preserving the culture, preserving the knowledge in a usable format is quite critical. Another dimension from the academic side, that all information that's created inside the classrooms and inside the university, by default, the university has control over the intellectual property and cannot be shared without the consent of the university outside. So that puts a boundary on how the content is shared. And in some cases, it is not really observed by participants in these courses and can be leaked out, and you can find the content on social media, and then there is no control over it anymore. So these kinds of concerns were discussed with different points of view. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hossein. I appreciate that. Does anyone else have any final thoughts on that session or any of the other sessions today? Okay, with that, then I think that's it for us today. One thing that I really want to emphasize, so I've been taking notes on policy recommendations as we're going through. As I said yesterday, the new graduates of the policy and advocacy training on Monday spent a lot of time drafting this year's Indigenous Connectivity Summit policy recommendations. So I've compiled those all into one document and tried to sort of find some key themes and points and bucket them out and all that good stuff. So you're going to receive a copy of this draft when you get the email from Kelly about the day 4 breakdown. And I would ask that each of you please read that. And at this point, I don't need any line by line edits, but please take a look. And I say that because I know that there's probably grammar and things that I need to fix in it, but I'm really looking for your feedback on high level points. Are there things that are missaid in there, things that change the meaning because of how they've been written? Are there things missing? Are there really important policy recommendations that we want to move forward on that I haven't included? And are there things in there that you think don't belong, that either they're too specific to either US or Canada, or they misconstrue the situation or whatever it is? And please bring all those thoughts tomorrow, because we're going to spend time during plenary making sure that the policy recommendations actually represent the conversations had here. And we're going to vote on them as a group to make sure that everyone is comfortable with them moving forward in the state that they are and getting published and acted on. So keep an eye out for that. And with that, I don't know, Dara, as MC, I could turn it over to you to do close for the day if you're willing.
Sure. I think you wrapped it up really nicely. I personally am really looking forward to seeing the final policy recommendations. For anyone who took part in the Connectivity Summit in previous years, I'm sure that you participated in that and have seen the results. If not, they're definitely on the website, and I'm sure somebody will link them if we haven't yet for me. But I think there's some of the most useful things that come out of this time of collectively. We're all taking really useful information and insights and relationships and networks from this experience, which is one of the awesome things about it. But we also get to contribute something and have that for the entire year. And it's just such a cool opportunity, because when we're going forward, speaking to these joints or hinges that I've kind of been speaking to all day, we can point to a document and say, And these are the policy recommendations that I contributed to, that we all collectively agreed upon as the experts in the field and the people who are most interested and engaged all over North America. So it's such a useful document to have moving forward. And that is what as we've been leading up to this and planning for it, I just get so excited about having that document as we walk away from it that we've all contributed to. So go ahead and read Katie put them in the chat for us. So if you haven't, read the ones from last year or previous years and start thinking about what you might like to contribute or vote upon for this year, because that's going to be a really exciting part of it. But other than that, if there's nothing else, Katie, I think we will just release everyone for the day. Thank you so much for being here. We love seeing all of your faces here. We love having your voices here. It's so, so, so great that we get to do this. And we will see you all tomorrow.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody.